Excellencies and distinguished delegates, I would also like to request the heads of delegations from the following member states to join Madam Fatia at the forum. Excellency, you can sit in the middle seat. The Republic of Uganda, please join the panel. The Federal Republic of Somalia, the Republic of South Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and the Republic of Sudan. The chair of the panel is the IGAD Executive Secretary, represented by Her Excellency Fatia Loan. She will be chairing this ministerial panel, and therefore she will call you as is highlighted in the program. I thank you.
A very good morning. Bonjour. Salam alaikum to all of you. Thanks, Ambassador Lucy, our head of mission, IGAD in Uganda. Excellencies, honorable ministers, ambassadors, distinguished delegates from our IGAD member state and also EAC, our partners, UN agencies, representative of development partners, refugees, led organization, NGO, and also the civil society. A very good morning in this beautiful city, or the capital of Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, which is also for IGAD our second home. My name is Fatia Alouan. I'm the Director of Health and Social Development at IGAD Secretariat. I'm here sitting on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Werkene Gebeyehu, who have been not able to join for a pressing issue in the region, but also is convening his greetings to all of you. I will be moderating actually the first session of this ministerial panel on the protection, environment, root causes of forced displacement and triggers of irregular or onward movement of refugees. Actually, this meeting is a high-level ministerial meeting on the issue of refugees, which is also actually a preparation for the upcoming Global Refugees Conference that will be having, as His Excellency ministers have said, in Geneva in December. Just actually to give you a bit brief overview of the picture of our issue of displacement in the region. As you are all aware, and also highlighted during your technical discussion, the IGAD and also the East African community host the larger concentration on displaced population in Africa, but also in the world. Currently also the two regions host close to 25 million IDPs, which also comprise 5 million refugees and close to 20 million of IDP. And this is also the main reason that today together with the government of Uganda, that the IGAD and East African community felt that is important that we organize this regional dialogue and having a frank discussion on how we can prevent, mitigate, and respond to the driver of forced displacement. Just also let me tell you that, of course, we have two economic groups, but also we have the African Union, but also our main partners in this initiative, which is also UNHCR. Having said that, I'm happy also to introduce the panel that I will be chairing. Let me introduce the high-level minister that will be actually part of this panel. His Excellency Honorable Engineer Hilary Honek, who is the Minister of Relief, Disaster Preparedness and Refugees of the Republic of Uganda. Please, who's hosting this. His Excellency Abdul Hakim Hassan Ashkir, the Deputy Minister of Somalia, Interior Minister, Republic Federal of Somalia. Thank you. Honorable Albino Akel Atak, who is also our Minister of Humanitarian Management from the Republic of South Sudan. Welcome, Minister. His Excellency Peter Kankonde Kazadi, who is the Deputy Minister, Prime Minister, and Minister of Interior and Security of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Minister. Honorable Ministers Binaf Andoualem, who is the Minister of Peace of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Welcome, Minister. And my last guest is His Excellency Ambassador Ahmed Ibrahim Ahmed Awal Del Said, Ambassador of the Republic of Sudan to Uganda. Welcome, honorable and delegate and ministers. Donc, the question that, it will be a general question to all of you, that what is the overview of the protection, environment, root causes, and forced displacement and triggers of irregular for onward movement of refugees across your respective countries, and also what are the challenges and what could be done differently. I will invite first His Honorable Engineer Hilary Honek, Minister for Relief and Disaster Preparedness, Refugees, Republic of Uganda. Honorable, you have the floor. Thank you.
It's okay. I didn't know the switch. Thank you very much, His Excellency, for giving me this opportunity. And my colleagues, ministers from IGAD and East African communities, the high-level delegates who have come here, His Excellencies, at the opening session of the technical team, I made some fundamental remarks, basically addressing the needs for us as Africans in this part of the African continent, East African community and IGAD, to address commonly, together, put our minds all together on the issues to do with displacements of our people, and find a common solution, integrated solution to this. This morning, when we had a heavy breakfast with my colleagues, and we are still digesting the contents. In that meeting with my colleagues, I would say I hope hello? Hey. Takes time to, thank you. At our heavy breakfast, we swallowed many issues, and some of those are heavy and we may not digest it alone, but generally, I can balkanize it into two main areas. First of all, the first item is that our countries currently are hosting, all our countries are hosting refugees. Even those which are at war, they still also have refugees in their countries. And we agreed and we have noted that all our countries are hospitable. They are keeping the refugees well, trying their best within their level, making sure the refugees get education, their health are looked after, securities of the refugees also guaranteed, and which we are very common, we have a common position on that. Solutions to the refugees situation, we realize that we need peace in this sub-region, so that the movement should be, our citizens within our countries of this belt, of this region, is voluntary, is not forced movement. So that means peace is number one we need in this sub-region. And that will enable us to do repatriation of those who involuntarily moved as refugees to left their countries. And we also agreed as a region that we shall shoulder this responsibility together. We shall mobilize funds and see that we solve the problem of these displacements. And basically, the problem will be looked at holistically, making sure our countries are peaceful and we are tolerant to each other, and we make sure that the refugees are free to live in their countries, go back to and live in their countries. And we promote trade and the rest of it amongst ourselves. When the countries are peaceful, their citizens will become more productive, and therefore there will be more interchange. The second area that we touched on was on this Global Refugee Forum, which Uganda is going to be a co-convener. We also agreed that as East Africa and IGAD countries, we must have a common position that we should submit to this Global Refugee Forum with respect to the management of refugees in our countries. Definitely, one of the things that we didn't mention here is that the attention, the global attention on refugees in our countries here of East Africa and the IGAD, is attention, national attention is waning. We are not getting enough. They are not giving us sufficient attention like they are giving to refugees from other areas, in other countries like in Europe and so on. And the other day I mentioned here that attention to Ukraine, they even made super profits. They collected more than double what Ukrainian refugees would need. But for us here, we are in deficit. Our refugees are fed on 30% ration and so on. So those are the challenges that we have. So we shall, at the global forum, some of those issues like that one, we shall have to advance it to a global community. I think those are some of the things that we thought, and also other policy strategic issues that can arise from this conference. So briefly, Madam Chair, I just gave a recap of what we had at breakfast, and we want these people also to digest it together with us, and we come with a good resolution that will address those needs. Thank you very much.
Thanks, honorable ministers. I think, as you have rightly said also during our breakfast, stability and peace is very important for our region, but also our member state, despite having a platform, regional platform, is also very important that they have also a common position regarding this population of refugees. And as we have also rightly said, the refugees also are part of citizens from our region. But also, I think it will be the contribution that also you have made will be included actually on the way forward in the report that will be actually discussed, presented in Geneva. And also, we are very happy that Uganda is co-convening this regional forum, the Global Forum for Refugees in Geneva. Having said, thank you, Honorable Minister. Now let me give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdul Hakim Hassan Ashkir, who is the Deputy Minister of Interior of the Federal Republic of Somalia. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to thank also Uganda and IGAD for hosting this important event. And also my colleagues from East African Community and IGAD ministries and delegates from different parts of this region. Thank you very much. And Somalia really faces different factors that triggers displacement, which is result natural and man-made. Somalia, these factors are, for example, drought, floods, and insecurity, and have been, this insecurity have been the core of displacement for the last 2 or 3 decades. We have observed raising of rural immigration due to the recent drought that made nomads flee up to the urban areas, like the main cities in Somalia. And as you know, there is also war which is going on in Somalia between the Somali government and which is going between Somali government and also the terrorist group Al-Shabaab. And that factor also caused many problems to the Somalis and caused a big and huge displacement to the people of Somalia. On the other hand, although there is a decline nowadays, have been seen in recent years the result of improving stability in Somalia. Somali youth have been going through dangerous routes to reach Europe and other countries to find a better life because of the problems that are going on in Somalia, and the rosy pictures that led them to be in hostage situations and sometimes dying in Mediterranean. And really, there is another factors that cause, which is instability, like I said before, in Somalia. Also was one of the political stability. Somalia faced political instability since the collapse of the Somali government led by late President Siad Barre in 1991. The lack of stable government has led a weak rule of law and also lack of basic services, which has contributed a displacement of the people. As I said, drought also was caused by the environmental factors. Somalia has experienced a drought, then floods, which have caused a food shortage and also displacement for the people of Somalia. And lastly, poverty was one of the causes that caused the displacement in Somalia, which high level of poverty and unemployment caused lack of opportunities was one of the main factors. there is another really achievement that the Somali government did so far. Somali government, there is an acts and policies that we believe it will help and control that issues which I mentioned it. The act is refugee and asylum seekers. Before I left, before I go there, there is refugees in Somalia. Despite all that challenges, there is refugees from different countries, mainly from Syria and also Yemen. I can say Yemen is the largest number, Syria and other neighboring countries and African countries. There is refugees estimated to 35 to 40,000 people. Then Somalia now, there is an act of refugee and asylum seekers bill at the first stage now is at the first stage of the parliament reading. And also there is another policies that we are now working on it as a Ministry of Interior and Federal Affairs of Somalia, is a national displacement social cohesion policy draft waiting for the cabinet approval now. Also, we signed an agreement this month, last month I mean, with the Kenyan government to reopen the border in order to ease to movement of the people and to reopen the border and also the business between the two countries, neighboring countries. For the first time, President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud appointed a new ministry for the environment, which is, we are now trying to tackle all that climate change and to deal with it seriously now. Also, there is a Somali disaster management, Somali disaster management was established this time. Now we hope that, as our minister here from Uganda said, there is some issues that we're supposed to do in order to ease these problems, strengthening regional integration, regional cooperation, and we can promote economic growth, reduce poverty, and increase political stability in the region. This includes promoting cross-border trade, and also to control the conflict, which is the main cause of the problem, to achieve peaceful in the region, and member states need to prevent and eliminate these causes of the problem. Not yet. Thank you. Lastly, terrorism in our country is the main cause of this problem, and I would like to thank governments in this region and our partners from the international community for their support to help and to secure Somalia from that group of terrorists, and really is the main problem that we are facing here in Somalia. And political also instability. I think there is some changes nowadays, and which can help Somalia in the near future as we expect. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and that is what I can say now from this topic. Thank you.
Thank you again. Merci, Excellence, Mr. Abdul Hakim Hassan. I think we thank you for your intervention, but also we really all understand issue that also, of course, government Somalia is facing, because the stability. This has been discussed a lot during the IGAD summit. The issue of Al-Shabaab, the same also, this has been also discussed during the IGAD summit. And also we do understand, of course, the root factors cause not only conflict, but also the drought. And I think this is also some issue that is so important. But despite all this also, we want to see the positive phase that, of course, Somalia is working on different policies regarding the refugees, asylum seekers, also the national community policy displacement. Thank you, Excellency, and let me now call upon Honorable Abino Akol-Atak, who is the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and also Disaster Management of the Republic of South Sudan. Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My colleague ministers from the region, IGAD and East Africa, technical people who are here. This is a very, very great moment for South Sudan to share with you issues of refugees and forceful displacement. The minister, when we had that breakfast, really captured what we discussed as the ministers. And briefly, we came up with that idea jointly. But for the sake of your benefit, I will have to briefly go through some of things that I think are the drivers of this forceful movement of people and the environment or protection needed for these refugees and what will be the way forward in the context of South Sudan and in the context of region. In the context of South Sudan, before I could talk about the drivers, let me just say South Sudan has 2.2 to 2.3 million refugees in the region. It is correctly captured in one of the concept documents that we received that South Sudan is the most exporter of refugees in the region. And this is why from the number of more than 5 million refugees in the region, South Sudan has this number, 2.2 to 2.3 million people. And they are being hosted in a dignified way in these countries of regions, including Uganda, Sudan, Ethiopia, Kenya, DRC, and the rest. And the reasons why we have this number simply is because of political violence that we had in South Sudan. 2013 and 2016, this political violence forced a lot of people to flee to these neighboring countries. So we can agree that the most immediate driver for these people to move is war or conflict or violence. In our context of South Sudan, we also had several times of communal conflict that also forced people to be internally displaced. So internally, we have more than 4 million people who have been displaced internally because of the conflict, communal fights, and because of climate shocks that was witnessed by our country in the last 4 consecutive years, affected majority of the country, forced people to move from their places to another areas because the flood was actually too much. And that flood, as a result of climate change, South Sudan is not even contributing in global warming, yet we are continuing to face these challenges as that result. Another driver also is drought. Also affected some areas in the country that forced people to move internally and to seek refuge in the neighboring countries. So I can just say that the most drivers of movement of these people in our country is the violence and climate change, shock. These are the most issues. Then what we did as South Sudan government, first of all, for internally displaced people, we have already put in place legislation, because for you to address any situation, you need to have a law in your hand. We have came up with the IDP bill, which is almost now going for its enactment, and other related legislation, so that we deal with internally displaced people, which are very, very many. We also enacted for Refugees Act since 2012. And we also went further to also put up some regulations to deal with the refugees. I want to say that although we are, our people have gone out as refugees and some has been internally displaced, we also host some refugees. We have been hosting more than 350,000 refugees, most of them from Sudan. This is before the crisis of Sudan. And now after the crisis, the number has increased by more than 10,000, this number of refugees that we are hosting. And we are putting them up in almost 21 areas across the country. So we also have that responsibility of hosting the refugees. Refugees, as I said, are now freely moving within our country. They are accessing education, they are accessing health facilities, they are accessing economic activities without hindrance. They are even integrated into the communities for those asylum seekers easily, and they are equally being treated as the nationals. And now, because of that freedom, the market of South Sudan is being dominated by other nationalities, not South Sudanese. That is to indicate the freedom or the good treatment of refugees in our country. And this is because the laws and the legislation that we put in place in South Sudan to deal with the refugees and also to deal with internally displaced people. Another factor also is economic hardship that causing movement, especially within South Sudan, to other areas, because sometimes one feels that here is not economically well off, so they move to other areas. And because of those reasons, economic situation in South Sudan become vulnerable. So people are moving because of that reason. For the way forward, as I said, South Sudan has got already legislation, and it has become a policy within our legal frameworks in the country. We are treating well refugees as well as IDPs. And this is why when the conflict erupted in Sudan, and we had a lot of people moving through our borders to South Sudan, we left our border open, because we believe that this is our people who are moving and they are fleeing the conflict for their safety. So we did not even apply those regulations when you are crossing to any country's borders, you need to produce some documentations. It was not a requirement as our country receiving a lot of people, because up to now we have received 120,000 people from Sudan. This mostly from our people who had been there. And for your information, our people who had been in Sudan are nearly 3 million people. Some has been at the status of refugees, some have been migrants, and some have been students staying in their own. And you know that we had one history with Sudan, so it is obvious that some of people stay there in their own. So because of this conflict, now all these people almost are moving. And this is the challenge now the government of South Sudan is facing, to receive this huge influx of returnees and refugees. So the 2.2 million refugees, South Sudanese who are in the neighboring countries, including Sudan, now that number has decreased with the number of people who have already arrived. 120,000 people who have already arrived, and others are coming. We are expecting all these people to come. So we expect that this number should reduce. And before this, we had also a voluntary return, about 600,000 people who have already returned home. And this is because of the peace that we are now enjoying. So the number that I have reported now, 2.2 million refugees, are now getting a decrease in those countries. The way forward, as I said, in our country we have already dealt with, and I want to propose that as the region, for us to resolve, to have a durable solution to the refugees in the region, first we have to concentrate on putting in place peace and stability in all the region, starting from country by country. So any country who has problem, all of us have to come in to support the peace and stability. Now Sudan is in crisis, and this is why the region now is moving all. And our country has that highest interest to see Sudan having stability. And this should be the interest of all of us in the region as IGAD and East Africa community, to have an stable state. This will put in place the first requirement for us to deal with the refugees, because the main driver of this movement is because of violence. If there is no violence in all these countries, I think this is the first solution that we should look into. We will have to frame how do we actually intervene and bring stability to all this country. Another one is for us to have a legislation in place, because it should not be a policy that can be actually done by any country alone, but it should be a regional policy to have a legislation on how durably deal with the refugees and movement of these people. Because now these people can be in one country as refugees, but because of instability or whatever reason, they can move further. And this is why we have onward displacement. Like what is happening in Sudan. Sudan had been hosting refugees from other countries, but because of now conflict in Sudan, these people have already been forced to move further. So this movement of these people from one place to another also creates a problem to us in the region. So we must agree, all of us, that we should have a legislation that guide other sub-legislations in the region, in the members of the region. Number two, that legislation should be supported by, for instance, a declaration. We are expecting at the end of this conference for us to have a declaration on how durably to deal with the refugees. This declaration itself is a basis of that legislation. So if we said it very clearly on how we should deal with these refugees in the region, that will form the basis of those legislation in the member states. Third is for us to support, to mobilize the support to those countries that are dealing with these refugees. In my country, dealing with this movement of people, that they move from one place to another, that make them to be vulnerable for everything, is a hell of a process in my country and needs a lot of resources. And in that matter, I thank all the UN NGOs and the other international NGOs that are supporting the government of South Sudan to deal with the needs of IDPs, internally displaced people, and the refugees that are there. Had it not been these people, these NGOs, it would have been difficult for the government of South Sudan to deal with it. So if we are unable to deal with them, then we are now allowing another crisis to come up. So the support to these countries that are dealing with this situation is very essential. And the support should be something united within the region, that we gear a support to those countries. So it is not only individual member states to seek support from international community, but if we do it collectively, it will be very, very strong, and it will be very, very effective. And then we would help those countries to settle the problem. We are also expecting from this conference that we should get prepared as the region to participate in Global Refugees Forum with one united agenda, common issues that we want to put across globally. And this, one of the issues is how to deal with this, including the support. So if we go to that global forum with this one idea of us having one common problem of dealing with movement of people, that we need this support, I think it will be best had. Chair, as I said, this is a good forum for South Sudan to share its experience on what is happening down there in the country. I would have a lot to say, but because of time, let me stop here and looking forward for another chance later on to say more things. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Excellence. Honorable Albino, Minister of Humanitarian Affairs from the Republic of South Sudan, for this excellent intervention. And I think, you have so rightly said, the triggers of these displacements are always common in our region, but all the world. Of course, the conflict, the drought, the climate change. But also, we are very happy also to see that, of course, the South Sudan have put in place several policies at the country level. And also at the regional level, I think the recommendation that has made that the region to have a regional policy to address actually the issue of the refugees is very important, but also appealing to international community actually to support the member state in actually supporting the refugee. Honorable, thank you so much, and I think it's very important also our region, IGAD and EAC, to have one common position and agenda to the upcoming Global Refugee Forum. Thank you, and let me now call upon His Excellency Peter Kakonde, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior, and security of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Okay. Thanks. Now I will call upon His Excellency Honorable Binaf Andoualem, who is the Minister of Peace of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for giving this chance. And thank you for the organizers of this conference, IGAD and East African Community. And also I would like to thank the Ugandan government and its people for their warm welcoming. And I would like also to thank His Excellency Minister for his breakfast. So having this, I will try to give you some information about the refuge in the context of Ethiopia. And I will mention a few points regarding the challenge and the way forward. So currently, Ethiopia hosts nearly 1 million refugees in different parts of the country. Ethiopia has been receiving refugees and asylum seekers from different neighboring countries during the very difficult times, like the COVID-19 pandemic, the conflict in the northern part of Ethiopia. So during that time, the rest of the world was closed its door for refugees and asylum seekers. So you can see that how much the Ethiopian government is committed to receive and to protect the refugees and asylum seekers. Ethiopia is still accepting refugees and asylum seekers from different neighboring countries like Sudan. So the government of Ethiopia has taken bold steps to create a favorable environment for refuge by ratifying the 2019 Progressive Refugee Proclamation. Following this proclamation, the government has also formed different directives which gives the right for free movement and the right to work for refugees. The government of Ethiopia reaffirmed its commitment to the GCR by announcing 4 interlinked pledges during the first GRF in December 2019 that focus on access to employment, education, especially skill training in TVETs, market-oriented energy access, and the fourth one is an enhanced asylum procedures and protection capacities. As you all know, refugee and host communities are key stakeholders to find the durable solution for refugees. So because of that, we are trying to identify and leverage their capacities in all our efforts to support the implementation of the pledge. So we are focused on the self-reliance of refugees and their host community. The government and its partner have provided many privileges to the refuge and the host community. Having this, I would like to mention few challenges. Of course, I don't want to waste your time by listing the jargon of problems, but I want to mention at least 2 critical things. Number 1 is shortage of resource. To make it clear, let me give you one example. In the year between 2016 to 2023, the number of refugees increased by 200,000. in the country. But the support is decreased by half. This indicates that the share of refugees is highly declining. So this is the very challenge that we are facing. And the second one is we have a great number of IDPs. Because of conflict, climate change, such as drought, flood, we have significant amount of IDPs in different parts of the country. So having this, finally, I would like to show you or to indicate few points about the way forward. I want to mention 3 important things here. One is the support of international community to humanitarian aid and developmental intervention need to be balanced. The international community should be focused on the developmental support and intervention rather than focusing on the humanitarian aid. In fact, humanitarian aid is also important, but it has to be balanced. Number 2 is all stakeholders must bring together our expertise, experiences, resources, and mandates in line with the principle of burden and responsibility sharing. And number 3 is we have to focus on the sustainable peace building process. As our brothers said, the main cause of refuge is lack of peace. That is because of war, because of conflict, and because of different problems which is related with the political problems. So we have to work on the root cause rather than moving as a fire brigade. So peace building is a very and critical issue in our country and also in our region. So finally, I want to assure you that the Ethiopian government and its people will continue their efforts to find durable solution for refugees and asylum seekers. I thank you so much.
Ambassador Fatia, I'd just like to take special notice of His Excellency Dr. Peter Kazadi Kankonde, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior, Security and Customary Affairs for the Democratic Republic of Congo, who has just arrived with his delegation. Ambassador, I'd also like to take notice of the Honorable Minister of State for Education in Uganda, Honorable Mary Kaduchu, who has also arrived. Ambassador, I hand back over to you.
Thank you and welcome to the Honorable Minister to this meeting. Thanks, Honorable Minister from Ethiopia, from the Minister of Peace, and from the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Honorable Binaf Andwalem. I think, again, the triggers and the root causes are always the same. Of course, the conflict, lack of stability, the climate change, but also, as you have rightly said, of course, still we have actually a positive, positive image from our region. We know also our member states are committed actually for the open community policy door for our refugees. And I think also the appeal for the international community to balance between the humanitarian and the development. And also we need to more to focus on the development. Honorable Minister, thank you so much. And we hope also your intervention will be taken into account and also put in the way as a way forward. Let me call now, I hope my last guest is His Excellency Ambassador Ahmed Ibrahim, who is Ambassador of the Republic of Sudan in Uganda. Merci.
Thank you, Madam. And First of all, also I want to express my lot of thanks to IGAD, to East Africa community, and to government of Republic of Uganda for hosting this important forum. What I'm going to say is Sudan has a long experience with a number of challenges regarding the refugees' problems, such as drought and flood and climate change. But the main important issue, I think, the top priority of the challenge that the ongoing war now in our country, Sudan. Because this is a big challenge, not for only for Sudan, but also for the region and even for international level. And Sudan has a long experience of hosting refugees. The number of refugees before still now, Sudan hosts over 1.4 million refugees from our neighbor countries like Ethiopia, Eritrea, South Sudan, Central Africa Republic, from Chad, from Syria, from Yemen. And those refugees now definitely affected by this, the current situation, the ongoing current situation. The government of Sudan adopted an action plan to deal with the issue of refugee and internally displaced persons and returnees. This action plan covered the period 2021 and 2026, aimed to create conditions allowing internally displaced persons and returnees and refugees to rebuild their lives freely and in safety and dignity. This is harmony with communities, hosting community inside Sudan. And this is strategy based on one, achieving durable solution. This is the term of, in the term of integration process and settlement process, and how make access for the basic service for them, and without discrimination, and life and livelihood opportunity, especially for the youth. According to this strategy also, the concerned authority should establish conditions and provide necessary means to help refugees. Internally displaced persons also and returnees have the right to choose the place that will be settled. And the ongoing, as you know, the ongoing current situation, as I said, has created new challenges in the issue of, because this one is reflected the humanitarian situation due to irresponsible act by the Arab-supported forces. You know, these acts included hospitals, including damaging markets and citizen houses, and taking citizen as shells. And this is affected a lot. And this is mainly affecting in the issue of internal displaced person. We have a number of 2 million. Those flowed from Khartoum to neighboring district of Khartoum. The Khartoum state is mainly affected, but we have stability in the other districts, like Kassala, like Al Jazeera, like Blue Nile, like White Nile, and River Nile, and North Sudan and North Kordofan. All these states, those internal displaced persons, they come to their relatives, some of them in schools, and some of them definitely they need relief and saving humanitarian aids. And we have, for the refugee, we have some of our citizens go across the border to Chad. We have a number between 100,000, and some of them cross to Central Africa Republic, or Republic of Central Africa. And some of them, we have also number of previous refugee from South Sudan. 120,000 of them crossed to the border, to their homeland. And I thank our brother from Sudan because they facilitate their cross of the border, either from Sudan or South Sudan, I think even without paper. And there is about 10,000 refugees from Ethiopia, from Ethiopia and Eritrea. They go to the East Sudan, also either to some camps and their relatives there. Still we have number of people, our citizens, in Port Sudan and in the border with Egypt, and we border with Ethiopia. Some of them are, because to choose either to be refugee, this is a volunteer, I think. It is not, some of them, they request visa. The procedure of visa is not easy, I think, by now. And what I'm going to say with the men, or the most of those who affected by the war, they go inside the country, in the neighboring district of Khartoum. Yes, they are suffering now. They need this. The government, via the concerned authorities, are working hard so as to manage the situation by providing assistance to those who are affected and improving basic service such as health and water, cleaning water, electricity, and other. But still we need, we thank some of our friends countries that provide some humanitarian assistance through Port Sudan. And I think Sudan believes in the need for concerted regional, international efforts aimed to finding durable, as my colleagues say, durable solution for the problem of the refugee, by focusing on the cause behind this phenomena in our region, and try to develop also practical solution for that. And I agree with my colleague that to stop the war and to have stability, peace and stability in our region, our country is very important, so as to reduce this phenomena and to take serious policies, interior policies, as to help them to. And I thank in this way the minister, Honorable Minister from Uganda, for the policies to deal with the issue of we can take this model to be good for our, as the base for our cooperation in the region. I think this is very useful. And then I hope the endeavor that tackled by IGAD, so as to deal with our recent current situation in Sudan, will soon stop the war and have stability. And you know, Sudan is very important for the region for many reasons, I think. And even for moving of refugee and hosting refugee, I think before this war, Sudan contributed a lot on that. Thank you very much. And I hope we have fruitful output of this forum. Thank you.
Excellence Ambassador Ahmed Ibrahim, thank you so much for this intervention. As also region, we are praying really the peace to prevail and come back to Sudan. As you have rightly said, Sudan is an important country for our region. And also that we know just before the conflict, Sudan was almost hosting not only 1.5 million, but 3 million, including also other migrants. And really we are hoping that Sudan will come back also in peace. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Maybe I have just been notified that His Excellency Peter Kakonde, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior and Security of the Democratic Republic of Congo is here. Maybe I can call upon him to make his intervention. Thank you, Minister.
I speak? Okay, thank you. Merci beaucoup. Je tiens à remercier les organisateurs de cette réunion de haut niveau, plus précisément l'IGAD, qui nous a conviés tous, nous les membres de la communauté des États de l'Afrique de l'Est. Je remercie également leurs excellences, Monsieur le ministre, Mesdames les ministres, Messieurs et Mesdames les ambassadeurs, membres de notre communauté, vous tous qui avez accepté de rehausser de votre présence cette manifestation, afin que nous puissions partager nos réflexions autour des questions des réfugiés. Comme vous le savez, mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, contient 9 frontières. Et il est parmi les pays qui connaissent de manière récurrente des problèmes des réfugiés, avec des causes tant internes qu'externes. Comme plusieurs l'ont eu à le dire ici, parmi les causes qui poussent nos citoyens soit à se déplacer, soit à se réfugier dans des pays limitrophes ou lointains, il y a d'une manière générale, entre autres, les catastrophes naturelles et l'insécurité sous toutes ses formes. Et en ce qui concerne la République démocratique du Congo, les causes profondes des déplacements forcés et éléments déclencheurs des mouvements irréguliers ou déplacés, parmi ces causes, comme je venais de le dire, il y a l'insécurité, laquelle insécurité chez nous est provoquée par l'activisme du mouvement rebelle dénommé M23, soutenu par certaines puissances étrangères et certains groupes armés qui constituent la cause principale des déplacements des paisibles citoyens vivant principalement dans la province du Nord Kivu. Cette violence armée, essentiellement, a fait déplacer à l'extérieur du pays avec un chiffre de 1 151 414 de nos compatriotes. En dehors de ceux qui sont en refuge, il y a aussi ceux qui se sont déplacés à l'intérieur de notre pays. À ce tableau, il y a lieu de noter que les conflits dans certains pays limitrophes, comme le Soudan venait de les décrire, et ont encore injecté sur le territoire de la République démocratique du Congo environ 522 333 réfugiés, principalement composés des Rwandais, des Centrafricains, des Burundais et les Soudanais du Sud. Pour faciliter les retours de ces personnes victimes de déplacements forcés, le gouvernement de mon pays a signé les accords tripartites avec les pays frontaliers et aussi avec les hauts conseils aux réfugiés pour faciliter les retours volontaires de ces réfugiés. C'est dans ce cadre que nous continuons à recourir à recevoir nos compatriotes qui décident librement de rentrer au pays et facilitons encore les rapatriements des réfugiés vivant sur notre territoire. Parler des solutions durables nous impose de réfléchir sur les causes profondes de ces déplacements forcés et de proposer des solutions appropriées dans les cadres de notre région. Comme déjà relevé, les déplacements forcés en République démocratique du Congo sont dus aux violences armées. De ce fait, il s'avère important que les États membres s'engagent ensemble pour lutter contre toutes ces violences et imposer la paix et la stabilité dans notre région. Seule la paix et la sécurité peuvent arrêter tous les mouvements de déplacement forcés. Pour terminer, nous remercions l'Ouganda pour l'accueil de nos compatriotes réfugiés et les hauts conseils aux réfugiés pour son accompagnement. Voilà quelques réflexions que nous avons voulu partager avec vous. Et nous pensons que pour arrêter les mouvements des réfugiés, il faut absolument stopper la guerre injustement imposée à mon pays par notre voisin, le Rwanda. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence Peter Kakonze, qui est le vice-président, vice-ministre, Premier ministre, mais aussi ministre de l'Intérieur, de la Sécurité de la République démocratique du Congo. Donc, comme vous l'avez en fait bien, dit dans votre discours, c'est important aussi qu'on puisse réfléchir sur les causes vraiment profondes de ces déplacements forcés, mais aussi sur la question de l'insécurité. Et aussi, vous avez aussi remercié le gouvernement de l'Ouganda pour avoir aussi abrité les réfugiés qui viennent du Congo. Donc, thanks. I think I have come to the end of the intervention from this panel. Maybe what I do is just I will open the discussion, a question from the floor for 10-15 minutes, and then we'll be having a way forward and then adjourn this meeting until the afternoon. Maybe let me just open the floor from open the floor that after the intervention that you have actually listening from our high-level guest. Please, the floor is open. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, thank you very much for the sharing of important points. I listened to you very carefully on different points. I'm Dr. Pius Sojara, the Director of Refugee Law Project, School of Law, Makerere University. It's very clear from what you have shared, all our countries are refugee hosting countries. And this also means our countries can become centers of potential trafficking of refugees and persons. Therefore, my question to you is, what is the regional strategic agenda on this, or common position on this important subject matter? And in relation to that, what governance framework is being considered and discussed? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other?
Thank you very much.
Please.
The Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in this conference. My name is Siko Abdul Mtwalib. I am the district chairperson of Yumbe district, and in this conference, I represent the District Engagement Forum. Madam Chair, as members of the District Engagement Forum, in Uganda, we host refugees in the districts that are represented here. However, I want to appreciate the organizers of this very important conference that we've been yearning for. When the question of the triggers for forced displacement and also what can be done differently was posed to our honorable ministers, one of the things that they mentioned as a measure that can be done differently is the issue of legislation and also coming up with policies. I've been sharing with the friends outside Africa that the problems of the people of Africa are not the absence of laws and legislations and policies. It is absence of goodwill and commitment politically in order to address this. I'm glad that the ministers are here and they have made commitment that they are going to ensure that the challenges that we have in Africa, and particularly the East African countries and IGAD, will be addressed. And this is at the level of politics. So we want to pray that as districts that are hosting refugees, that the commitments in the presence of the members here should not be sugar-coated. Because these are things that we've always said, and they remain in such important conferences, they are not actualized. We want to hope that this important meeting now will help us to come up with durable solution to the challenges that we've been experiencing within this region. Madam Chair, our biggest challenge as refugee hosting districts is inadequate resources to support refugee operations. Today is a conference that we're preparing ourselves to attend the Global Refugee Forum. I know we have the donors here and other key stakeholders when it comes to resource mobilization. This conference will not put an end to refugee activities within the countries that we're talking about. However, we must be looking at where do we get resources to support the livelihoods of the refugees that we're hosting. Where do we get resources in order to ensure that we provide the necessary social services, infrastructure in schools, infrastructure in health facilities, safe water for our refugees. This must be the point of emphasis. So I want to appeal that as we're gathered here, we must be looking for more resources. Our experience as refugee hosting districts now is that World Food Program, I know World Food Program is represented here. We have food ration being reduced to less than 50%. And this already is causing problems within the settlements where these refugees are coming from. Can we look at getting more resources to support World Food Program so that the food rations that we've been providing for the refugees must be enhanced so that we avoid violence and crisis within the settlements? I beg to submit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Karunji Joseph. I'm a district chairperson of Kamwenge, but also with my colleague, we speak for District Engagement Forum. Madam Chair, since the last Global Refugee Compact, as the districts that host refugees, we have noted some success projects. Especially I want to commend Dr. Deep project. It has been one of the most successful, well-implemented projects in the response of refugee management in our districts. Therefore, as we go to the Global Refugee Compact, I would wish to propose that all the other interventions, how I wish they would pick the example of how Dr. Deep has been implemented, and the rest can follow suit. 2, our ministers, all of them, have concluded that we have had forced displacement as a result of wars. Who is going to stop these wars? In our homes, there is always a big brother. When there is a big brother, he will always cause order. Who is going to cause order in our countries? How have we empowered the Security Committee of African Union, of our regional bodies, that this Security Committee will intervene whether you want or not and stop the war? Because I don't think that the actors in these wars are ready to stop as long as man is still having selfishness. So there must be a committee well empowered, well facilitated, with all the weapons it requires to stop the war. So governments must be able to contribute to that Security Committee, all our governments. 3, I've noted with concern from all the communicators that one of the other great causes of forced displacement in our region is not actually even the wars themselves, but climatic conditions. People have talked of drought, have heard of floods. Therefore, Uganda, which is today hosting refugees, that will cut trees, if there is no drastic or even commensurate effort to address climate change, we are going to see forced displacement as a result of cutting the trees in the next 3 years. Therefore, it is therefore at this material time that we have to think of climatic durable solutions, but also, if drought is the cause, probably we can think of robust irrigation schemes in some of the areas where there is drought. And lastly, I want to talk about the capacity of local governments that host refugees. I am happy to also know that in the next funding, even transit districts will be supported. But yesterday we also noted that I can't be hosting refugees or our brothers, and you give me a loan as support. If truly I have offered to share the food I have with someone, if you are giving me a support, should you give me a loan? Therefore, we are proposing that in the next support we get from donors, let's have grants. If there is need for a loan, it should be as minimal, not to stress the country or the district that is hosting refugees. I thank you.
I signify your dignity, Madam Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm a refugee from the DRC and born and raised in Uganda. So the 26 years old of age that I now bear, I have been a displaced person. My parents were displaced, and I'm actually giving birth to other displaced people. My question to the DRC minister is, what measures are they taking as a country? Because from his speech, I actually heard him calling upon the member states to actually come in and fight the violence as one of the durable solutions. But I'm wondering, what is the country itself doing to solve those displacements? Because I'm fearing I'm going to be born displaced. I give birth to displaced people, and those kids will also give birth to displaced other people. And I think if the country itself did something on its own, because it's the one that is being impacted, I think the process of the solving of the displacements would be very much faster than the country calling in other member states to come and take action. They're not the ones that are being much more affected than the country itself. So I would love to know from the minister himself, what are the measures that Congo is actually putting in place to make sure that the displacement is actually reduced? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. My name is David from IOM, Ethiopia. Part of my idea has already been touched by the previous presenter, but let me briefly present also my question. So from the presentation, we have heard that almost all the countries here do have, those countries who host refugees in their country have their refugees in the other country. And at the same time, we have seen that there are IDPs in their own origin. So my question is there any legal instrument, or is there any measure being taken to coordinately address the root cause of like migration, IDPs and refugees, so that, because it is the IDPs who will be at the end of the day, if their problem is not solved, will be a refugee. So what coordination mechanism is being in place or taught to address this problem or to tackle from its root cause? Thank you, Madam.
I'm Dr. Joyce Moriko Kaduchu, the Minister of State for Education. I'm here representing the Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Museveni, who has been invited, but she's unable to be here because she's currently on isolation, but she's really well in terms of health. She conveyed her warm greetings to all of you, most especially our member states out from Uganda. I just want to make a contribution. First of all, allow me to thank the panelists who have given a very concrete and constructive interventions and contributions. Especially, I want to thank you for giving this forum that we need to look at the root cause and provide solutions to the root cause, as opposed to looking at the symptoms and signs. And among the root cause, we should provide solutions which are homegrown. My intervention and contribution is that when we look at the issues of refugees, of course my country is one of those known to host the refugees. When you look at the time they come into the country, the years back, there has been a lot of growth, a lot of increase in population among the refugees. The fertility rate is high, and that translates to year in, year out, the numbers of refugees going up. And that translates into more resources to be put in place. That translates for us in the education sector, having more children getting to schools. We now have improved in terms of access, in terms of gross enrollment. When we look way back in 2018 to 2022, from 58% to 88% enrollment rate, especially in basic education, with challenges in transition. But when we see this enrollment, it's really, really high. And that means even in classrooms, even in sitting, there is not enough space for the children, not enough teachers, not enough infrastructure, and that affects the quality of education, much as the access and the equity is improved. Now, the intervention I'm bringing on board is that as we talk about resource mobilization, as we talk about homegrown solution, we need to project the population growth. We need to look at this increasing population year in, year out. How can we best put this in our resource mobilization? How do we budget and projecting that the refugees are not stagnant, but they are productive? Otherwise, if we just focus on this little, I've heard that even the ratios being given is being reduced, yet the population is going up. So I want us to discuss always projecting and planning much more for the increasing population. But finally, thank you so much. The ultimate solution is to provide solution for the root cause of this problem and to have sustainable peace and to resolve the conflict that we have in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, actually, your question and comments, actually, from the floor. I'm very happy, actually, to direct the question to our high delegate, the ministers, to provide the response, but also a key message for the way forward. I will just start as a alphabetic order with His Excellency Honorable Engineer Hilary Honek, then followed by Abdul Hakim, Albino Akol, His Excellency Peter Kakonde, and then Honorable Binaf and Ambassador Ahmed. Please, you have 2 minutes, each of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, the Right Honorable Prime Minister from the Republic of Democratic of Congo, you are most welcome to this conference to join us, the ministers and high power delegation that has come from IGAD and East African Community countries. Welcome, sir. There are a few questions which were pushed here. The first one was from the Refugee Law Project, asking what is a common position that we have come to. Yeah, the purpose for this meeting was to generate a common position amongst the East African community and IGAD countries. Because the refugees moving around within our region here are all our citizens, majority of them, except for those who have come from Asia and distant countries which are not within our region. So the purpose was for us to generate a common consensus on how to manage our people who have moved around, and they're around as refugees in some country, in our countries, and yet we are one people. How can we get this problem, how can we make it easier? That is the purpose. And the technical committee that for the last 2 days they deliberated here, they came out with some proposals which I believe it will be circulated, be part of our resolution, how we can get on together to see that we put our minds together and we resolve on some of these challenges. The detail of which will come in their report. Now there was this other, Mr. Atiku, one of our, from the Refugee Forum in Parliament. We know the triggers that has caused people to move. They are ranging from violence to economic to environmental challenges, which has caused people to move, etc. So those are to be addressed by us, by our various governments in their countries. So this will also come in our resolutions. We shall mention those. Mr. Karungi from Kamwenge, appreciate Dr. Deep. Yes, Dr. Deep is one of the projects. I think in our East African, in IGAD countries, there is this resource which the World Bank has given us, part as soft loan, part as grant, for which we are really grateful to the World Bank for that support, and we wish that the World Bank increases, because the problem is also increasing, but we are trying to find a way of resolving it. But as it is increasing, maybe we get more partners to come on board on Dr. Deep, so that we get that resource to improve, to solve the problem which are caused by displacements and refugees. AU standing force to enforce peace. I think that is a good idea, because I don't know These days, all these countries of ours are heavily armed by the war industries in the West. And our political force, people, our politicians, of course, the leaders, also everybody wants to have their country, powerful and strong. I don't know how much war can manage, intervening through militarily to intervene to enforce peace. But I think dialogue, in my view, and if it is taken seriously with sanctions, some members could probably tone down on some behaviors that could generate refugees in our region. Of course, the Deputy Prime Minister from the Republic of Congo has mentioned about interference also within our, our countries. Some countries also interfere on their neighbors' challenges and so forth, and that is also not fair. That is not fair. Why don't we respect each other so that we don't cause problem that will divide us and so on. But I think those can be discussed at a higher political level, but we shall have expressed our concern as well, because if we express our concern, it should not be ignored. It will not be ignored by the high authorities. It will not be ignored. It will be something they must consider and look at it seriously, because Africa is now a laughing stock to the globe, to the world. When you see boats sinking with Africans in the Mediterranean Sea, are you proud of that? And you are busy generating wars among yourselves. That is not good. That's not fair, honestly. And then creating that condition that make people flee to exile. Instead of us concentrating, addressing on our economic well-being and peaceful coexistence. That is the only solution that can really make sure that we don't get to that stage where now people are, like I watched on TV yesterday when about 79 people were reported dead and some are missing from a boat, a small boat which carried over 500 people, and so on in the Mediterranean. That is not really something we can be proud of. We should be ashamed of these Africans. Are we not ashamed really of this? We should be ashamed of this. We should really consider that, see how we can change this gradually. It cannot change in one day, but we should work on it. Well, the other questions, like from the DRC refugee, who is the young lady there, maybe you are government representative, who is none other than the Deputy Prime Minister here, can say something about it. Also, the Ethiopian representative will answer on what the citizens have said. Otherwise, we welcome Minister Moriku. We welcome you, Minister of State for Education and Sports, representing the First Lady. Our government is fully behind this program. We want to act together as IGAD and East Africa so that we solve our problem and minimize on this suffering on our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and the ministers, and I would like to welcome also to second the minister to welcome Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of DRC. Actually, I don't want to go back. I think all the questions answered. Engineer Onek, the minister, and also the other comments was very useful and grateful. Just I would like to highlight some comments that I see it is very important for these 2 minutes. As a regional IGAD and East African community and the international community, we need to support actually these initiatives, and I think there is some important points that we're supposed to mention it. Providing humanitarian assistance, I think it is very important for the refugees and the people in their countries in order to support them and to prevent displacement. Regional bodies and the international community should provide humanitarian support, aid, and affected populations such as shelter, food, and medical assistance. I think that will be, many my colleagues here are hosting a lot of refugees and IDBs, but my country is a bit different because the challenge that we are facing is a security challenge, not, and there is internal displacement people, Somalis from other, for example, region to the urban areas. We are quite different instead of what all the people are talking about, because Somalia, I think, displacement from the abroad or outside Somalia, it's just that 5, as I mentioned earlier, that 5,000 to 40,000. So we are quite different. So I want to highlight here the security and the other needs that we're supposed to mention here. Promoting economics and development issues, I think it is very important. Providing investment opportunities and countries facing conflict and displacement will promote job creation, economic development, and reduce conflict. Conflict here, I would like to underline, conflict and security problems is the main issue, as everybody here mentioned. Support for refugees, resettlement and integration also. I thank Uganda. Today, the minister at the breakfast told us that there is a lot of refugees here are doing a very good job here. They had a big business. Somalis are one of the leading communities here in the business, and I think really we appreciate Uganda and the other East African community and IGAD members and the whole. Also, Somalis are everywhere after this prolonged war and conflict. So we thank everybody who helped Somali refugees and welcome them. And Uganda is one of the main countries that we appreciate them. And integration of the refugees, I think, is a very important issue, and one of the people here mentioned it, and really it will be help. And lastly, overall, the national mechanism is a very important national mechanism. For example, laws and acts that supports the refugees will help actually that integration, that to change their life and to help them. And lastly, I would like to call international communities and the donors, partners, leading NGOs to cooperate and to work together with the national and the regional bodies to provide and to make sure that we can achieve a bit and many development for this issue. Thank you very much for this. I would like to mention that few points, and I think questions were answered our minister here. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, and I appreciate the intervention from the floor for coming up with these important points to complement what we have been doing. Let me start. Of course, some of these questions are answered in one way or another, but it is important that we stress on those important points so that we make it very clear. The issue of refugees trafficking that was mentioned, if all of us we are hosting refugees and refugees are moving from one country to another country, I want to say that there is already laws, and there is in each country there is already a system that put in place to mitigate that. And UNHCR is the leading organization on this, because when you receive refugees, it is the UNHCR to determine that status. And indeed, nowadays, when we are receiving influx of people from Sudan, including our returnees, and Sudanese plus other third nationals, UNHCR is heavily involved in this, so that we don't allow such thing to take place. When we suggested legislations, is that for us to have a legal framework that we refer to and guide us. And you are correctly saying that we also need the will of implementing those. And as the member countries, coming here to gather and discuss is one of those wills that we have. So we indeed have will to implement what we are doing. This integration that we are pursuing in this region is real, and we are willing to do that. So whenever there is any legal framework or legislation, we will also continue following it like that. So we have that will. I agree with you that we need to increase mobilization of resources, and this is what I have emphasized, because the task of managing these refugees is very difficult and very huge. And this is why we need mobilization of resources, not only any member state alone, but if we do it as region, will be effective. And when I said this, I experienced in my country that low funding effect. Before the crisis in Sudan, we had been dealing with the IDPs and refugees and vulnerability that is faced by the host communities. And the number of people who are in need in this 2023 year is 9.4 million people. So almost population are affected because of conflict, because of climate shocks, have affected my country, and this is why everybody is in need, especially humanitarian assistances. And given our partners that are helping and their donations or donor community or donation is getting lower, then my people now are suffering. If you add this influx of people, you can imagine the crisis. WFP is doing good, but of course, in the drop of these funds, plus the increase of the needs, it will be difficult for it to continue. We witness this now in place called Rang, one of the entry points that people are using to come inside South Sudan. There is more than 40,000 people are there. We call it a transit center because these people are returnees, our returnees. What we do is to receive them and facilitate their transportation to their places of origin or to their final destination. But while they are waiting for this, WFP is giving them food. But because of big number, it is difficult for that number to be managed. So really we need mobilization of resources. If we need this organization to continue helping our people, we need mobilization of resources. As we said, that the only immediate solution for this movement is to stop wars in our countries and to promote peace and stability. We need, apart from what had been said, as unified forces of AU, IGAD, or East Africa, like what East Africa is doing in Congo. Apart from that, we need also to employ diplomatic relationship, because for us to come and gather in such forums will create that harmony until we listen to each other. Now the crisis in Sudan, if there is no that element on a person that will be accepted by the warring parties in Sudan, I think the war in Sudan will continue. And this is why we always propose that South Sudan has that potential of being listened to, being listened by both the warring party. It is because of good relationship, and we had been in one country. So if we use those good relationship among ourselves, from this country to another country, will also help in breaching those differences in the points. So it is also very important for us to use the purposes of and objectives of the region so that we come together to resolve these conflicts. Yes, all of us had been struggling alone to chase away those who have been sitting on us differently. Every country was doing this alone. Now, another tactic is used for us to quarrel among ourselves based on directives somewhere. So that attitude, we want to face it by being united as the region. And this is why, if there is any conflict, we have to come in heavily so that we see what is this. It is true that we need also to strengthen the capacity of local governments to deal with this, because now it is not the whole country dealing with this, but specifically there is local government that are directly dealing with these refugees. In my country, as I said, 21 places where we host refugees are being managed by local communities. And for us, as the government of South Sudan, we are making sure that local governments are strengthened, are equipped to deal with these refugees. So it is a good point that we should stress on it. Of course, we must also have a legal framework to deal with IDPs, because these IDPs can promote themselves to be refugees to go away. In my country, we have what we call durable solution and plan of action. Durable solution strategy and plan of action for refugees, IDPs, returnees, and the host communities. Because when I said most of the population are affected because of all this, so you can see 4 categories are already affected. So we have a complete policy on how to deal with the 4 categories. And it is this policy that we are implementing to deal with the refugees, and this is why I had reported about the refugees are now free, are accessing all the services, also to deal with the IDPs in a dignified way, and returnees, those who have come, and the host communities that are vulnerable. And as I reported, the 2.2 million refugees of South Sudan in these neighboring countries now have reduced. Some of them came from Sudan, and some had a voluntary return. So the number is now reduced, and I will not be a major exporter of refugees anymore. Finally, I want to stress that the idea of common interests that we should advance in the Global Refugees Forum is very important. And I'm happy that the minister have just announced that when you people had a technical expert conference, you managed to gather all this. So if we put them together, even the pledges that we made the other day in the first Global Refugees Forum, combine them together, we go to that forum united, I think everybody would hear us. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, pour la parole. Je remercie également tous mes prédécesseurs qui ont pris la parole pour essayer de donner des réponses aux questions posées par l'assistance. En ce qui me concerne, je n'ai pas grand-chose à ajouter à ce qu'on a dit, sinon répondre à la question personnellement posée par ma compatriote dont je n'ai pas retenu le nom et qui n'a pas dit la cause du déplacement de sa famille pour s'installer ici en Ouganda et ce qui a donné lié à sa naissance ici. Mais je voudrais l'informer que notre pays fait face à des défis d'abord internes parce que nous connaissons toutes sortes de violences. Ces violences partent des catastrophes naturelles aux conflits fonciers ainsi que la recrudescence des groupes armés qui sont à la base soit des déplacements des personnes en interne, soit à aller se réfugier dans les pays voisins. Et au plan interne, les solutions que nous préconisons, c'est de privilégier les dialogues entre les communautés qui parfois se battent autour des terres, autour des intérêts partisans. Et le président de la République, son Excellence Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, depuis qu'il est à la tête de notre pays, il a consacré beaucoup de ses efforts pour essayer d'organiser ces dialogues inclusifs qui comprennent toutes les communautés qui sont à la base des conflits qui entraînent nos compatriotes à se déplacer ou à se réfugier. C'est pour vous dire qu'en interne, donc, nous avons une politique que nous sommes en train de poursuivre. Mais malheureusement, cette politique interne est bitée aux ingérences de certains de nos voisins, comme j'ai à le dire. Ces voisins créent des groupes armés, les entretiennent, les arment, les équipent et les accompagnent même sur notre sol pour semer la mort et la désolation, ce qui ne facilite pas l'application de la politique gouvernementale pour essayer d'atténuer ces mouvements des populations. Lors de son événement à la tête de notre pays en 2019, Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République démocratique du Congo, a initié une politique de bon voisinage avec nos 9 voisins en leur proposant chacun un partenariat gagnant-gagnant dans le but de réduire des tensions de guerre. Il est vrai que notre pays renferme des richesses que l'on qualifie de scandaleuses, qui poussent la convoitise de plusieurs nations, mais nous sommes aujourd'hui dans un monde, je dirais, planétaire, et que nous ne pouvons pas seuls nous accaparer de ces richesses naturelles que Dieu nous a données. Voilà pourquoi le président de la République avait initié et continue sur la même voie à partager à travers des relations bilatérales ou multilatérales, à travers des projets communs pour que chacun de nos partenaires régionaux ou internationaux qui veut participer au développement de notre pays puisse venir travailler ensemble avec nous dans un partenariat, comme je venais de le dire, afin d'éviter que les gens viennent de force, comme ils le font aujourd'hui, entrer dans notre pays, occupent des portions de terre et exploitent nos richesses de manière illégale. Donc, comme vous pouvez le constater, le problème est donc transversal et la solution doit être transversale. Ici, un intervenant a proposé la création d'un comité d'imposition de la paix. Et je pense qu'un tel comité ne peut réussir que s'il y a l'unanimité des volontés des États membres à travailler pour la paix. Dès lors que parmi nous, il y a de ces États qui ont un agenda économique qui les pousse à des velléités bellicistes, qui pensent qu'ils peuvent entrer dans un État, exploiter ses richesses par la force, je doute fort que nous puissions arriver à atteindre les objectifs de la paix qui puissent stabiliser nos populations en quête de la protection. Quelqu'un a également dit ici que dans tous nos pays se trouvent des réfugiés de tous les pays. Permettez-moi donc cette tautologie. Si les réfugiés congolais sont ici en Ouganda, les réfugiés ougandais sont également au Congo. Et cela presque partout. Ça demande que les États puissent s'arrêter un moment pour trouver des solutions. Et nous pensons que parmi les solutions, il faut engager un dialogue d'abord au sein de chaque pays avec ses propres populations afin d'essayer de trouver des solutions. Dans nos États, il se pose des problèmes d'injustice sociale, politique, économique. Nous devons régler ces conflits-là d'abord en interne. Et puis, nous allons nous regarder en face pour voir ce qui nous divise en tant qu'État, en tant que nation. Parce que, comme membre de la communauté, je l'ai toujours dit, nos 9 voisins resteront jusqu'à la fin du monde. Personne ne déplacera l'autre de là où il est pour les renvoyer ailleurs afin qu'ils trouvent la paix. On doit faire la paix avec nos voisins à travers un dialogue franc et sincère. Voilà, ma chère compatriote, je ne sais pas si la réponse va satisfaire votre curiosité, mais en résumé, comme acte ou comme mesure prise par votre gouvernement en interne, c'est dialoguer avec les partis qui causent des violences et qui poussent nos populations à se déplacer. En international, la politique de votre gouvernement, c'est de tendre la main à tous les pays voisins pour aller dans un partenariat qui puisse réduire des tensions et créer finalement la paix entre nos pays. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try to address you two basic questions which are related to tackle the root cause of internal displacement and refuge. So one is how to build the peace to avoid the conflict, to find the durable solution for refugees. I believe that peace should begin from individuals. So inner peace is the foundation for peace building. If someone has the inner peace, he can live peacefully with his family, he can live with his neighbors, he can live with the community peacefully at large. So in our case, we are trying to build a peace, a sustainable or lasting peace, by changing the behavior of citizens. So in this regard, schools, religious leaders, civil societies, all the community are stakeholders to build the individual's inner peace. So everybody is accountable to build his peace. So that should be one strategy to build the sustainable peace. As you know, war can't bring peace. Peace can bring only in the peace process, in a peaceful manner. So we learn it very much from our history and our present situation. So to do that, in our case, we established two institutions, two commissions. One is the National Dialogue Commission, and the other is National Rehabilitation Commission. The main task of the National Dialogue Commission is to collect issues that didn't reach to the consensus. It might be collected from the political leaders, from the civil society, from the scholars, and from any group of community. So the commission is already finished its preparation phase. Hopefully in the next months, the real dialogue will be started. So every difference, every issues will come to the table and people will dialogue on the issues. So in this process, all segments of the community, like political leaders, civil societies, scholars, any citizen in the country will be participant of this dialogue. So if we are reach a consensus on every issue, the case will be closed. If not, it will go to the referendum. So this new initiative, by the way, the commission is independent, it's accountable to the parliament, so everybody can give his issue to the commission, and that will be open for discussion. So that will help us to build a sustainable peace in the country. This is the first institution. The second one is the National Rehabilitation Commission. This commission is established before 6 months, and it's already finished its preparation. The main task of this commission is to implement the DDR, the demobilization, the disarmament, and the reintegration. So as you know, we are trying to resolve the political differences by negotiation, by peace talk. So when we agree to stop a war, the ex-combatant should be reintegrated with the society to continue their peaceful life. So that will be the other institution that will help us to build a sustainable and lasting peace. So the second cause of the conflict, displacement is the climate change, as you said. So to tackle or to fight the climate change, we are trying to implement different projects. To mention or to show you one example, we have a great initiative which is initiated by our Prime Minister, the Green Legacy. The last 3 years, we planted 25 billion seedlings in the country. By the way, we have the record by planting 350 million seedlings in 1 day. So last week, we already launched the second phase of the Green Legacy. So in the next 2-3 years, we will plant another 25 billion seedlings across the country. So in total, we will have a plan to plant 50 billion seedlings. So that will help us to tackle the climate change. So that is what we are doing just now. So these are the basic questions to me that needs to address. So the rest are already answered by my colleagues. So I have to stop here. Thank you so much.
I will be very brief. I'm agreed that we need a regional strategy to deal with the issue, important issue such as the refugees. And before that, definitely we need a political will to achieve what we are agree on. And I think this gathering, the meeting of today, I think this is kind of will and commitment so as to work together as community. The second issue is stopping the war. I think stopping the war is the ultimate goal for everybody, for us, for our country, for us as individuals, for our communities, because every country from our region has a bad experience with this issue. But I think the only solution in this case, I think, we need to solve our problem away from international intervention. To solve our problem away from international intervention, and I think we are African, we have a capacity to do that. We have our experience as African house, African community in the region, we can do that. And if we do so, I think no need to impose or forcing any solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellencies, actually for your intervention, but also responding to the question which has came from the floor. Actually, I didn't want to stop you because I know that I have said 2 minutes, but given that this gathering is very unique, actually I have given all the chance actually to say what you want to say, because also you are the decision maker from this region. Actually, really, I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart and also on behalf of the regional economic community, actually that you are the one making the decision and also are here to accompany you and implement whatever the decision you are taking. We're very happy also to hear that particularly the common position. I think it's very important as a region to have a common position, common agenda, common interest, and I think this is how we can move. Thank you, all ministers, honorable ministers. Thank you so much for hosting this meeting, and also we hope that tomorrow, actually, for the opening, we have also more to say. Thank you, all delegates. Thank you, partners. Thank you also all the colleagues from East African Community and IGAD. Merci and bon appétit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to Ambassador Fatia and to all of our delegates. So at this moment, I'd like to advise everybody that we're going to take a 1-hour lunch break. This is how the protocol will follow. We'll ask Ambassador Fatia, together with all the heads of the delegation, the honorable ministers, and the ambassadors, to kindly make their way to the door. They'll be guided to the restaurant. I'll ask all the rest of us delegates to kindly wait until the heads of delegation, the ministers, and their excellencies have made their way. And then after that, we'll proceed. We'd like to kindly ask that we are all back here within exactly 1 hour so that we can have our final session. So heads of delegation, please make your way to lunch. Bon appetit, and we'll see you in 1 hour's time. Delegation will be led by the host, Honorable Engineer Hilary Onek, together with Ambassador Fatia. They're making their way to have their lunch, and then we'll kindly ask the rest of the delegates to hold until we are done with our distinguished guests, and then the rest of us will eat.
Good afternoon, good evening, distinguished participants. Honorable ministers and deputy ministers, excellencies, ambassadors, diplomatic community here present, UN organization development partners, national and international NGOs and civil society, representatives of local governments, heads of delegation of senior officials, both from IGAD and EAC, distinguished representatives of refugees here present, members of media houses, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. Thank you. I know we had a heavy lunch. I will try to make sure that we don't participate spiritually. Firstly, I thank God for granting us good health and enable us to meet here today. But secondly, I thank the Republic of Uganda for hosting this event in this beautiful city of Kampala. I thank the sponsors. My name is Irene Charles Isaka. I'm the Director of Social Sectors at the EAC Secretariat, and here I'm conveying sincere regards and best wishes from our Secretary General, Honorable Dr. Peter Mutuku Mathuki, who would have liked to be here today, but due to conflicting schedules, has requested me to represent him. I know we had a very good discussion in the morning. I will not spend much time, but before I introduce the issues for discussion, let me recognize the panelists. I'll start with Honorable Ahmed Mohamed Madur, Executive Secretary of Disaster Management, Republic of Djibouti. Thank you. I would like to introduce Honorable Nibona Bonaninsize Celestine, Vice Minister of Interior, Republic of Burundi. Thank you, sir. I also like to introduce Excellency Joshua Awur, Deputy Commissioner for Refugees, Republic of Kenya. Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like to introduce Honorable Kayisire Marie Solange, Minister in charge of Emergency Management, Republic of Rwanda. I would like to introduce Excellency Mohamed Suleiman Ahmed, Dean Ambassador, Embassy of the State of Eritrea. Thank you very much. We were supposed to start at 14 hours, up to 16 hours. Now we have eaten some of the time, but it's okay. We are going to recover during the process. And I will request the panelists to spend a maximum of 7 minutes, and we'll discuss 2 issues only. The first one is how should the member states of IGA and EAC handle refugees together? How can we collaborate in handling refugees in your partner states? That is question number 1. And the second one is on global refugee support. What do you, as a member state, expect from the international community? This includes UN, etc. Because now there has been a complaint that refugees in Africa are handled differently from the refugees from other parts of the world. So I would like to borrow your wisdom in this question. And for this one, I'm going to start with Honorable Ahmed Mohamed, Executive Secretary of Disaster Management, Republic of Djibouti. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, bon après-midi. Tout d'abord, je voulais exprimer mes remerciements aux autorités ougandaises et à l'IGAD pour l'accueil chaleureux, mais aussi à la parfaite organisation de cette conférence. Tout d'abord, je voulais vous faire un petit aperçu sur la situation des réfugiés à Djibouti. Djibouti accueille sur son territoire 30 000 réfugiés provenant de tous les pays limitrophes, c'est-à-dire les pays qui partagent avec une frontière avec Djibouti, à savoir l'Éthiopie, la Somalie, l'Érythrée et le Yémen. En termes de pourcentage, les réfugiés représentent 3,5% de la population djiboutienne. En termes de politique, notre pays applique la politique de porte ouverte pour toute personne demandant une protection. Donc les réfugiés, mais aussi les demandeurs d'asile bénéficient de l'assistance. Autre point, concernant l'arsenal juridique. Notre pays a élaboré les lois et les décrets d'application sur les réfugiés. Donc, ces textes permettent aux réfugiés de jouir de tous les droits et leur permet une très bonne intégration. Dans le domaine sanitaire, mais aussi dans le domaine de l'éducation nationale. Djibouti aussi a fait un diagnostic sur la mise en œuvre de la loi sur les réfugiés et compte prochainement élaborer un plan d'action pour une meilleure intégration des réfugiés. En termes de succès, si je parle de succès concernant au niveau régional, les pays de l'IGAD ont pris des engagements. Parmi ces politiques, l'on peut citer la déclaration et le plan d'action de Nairobi, la déclaration de Djibouti sur l'éducation, mais aussi la déclaration de Kampala sur l'emploi, les moyens de subsistance, mais aussi l'autonomie. En termes de défis, pour Djibouti, nous avons à peu près 1000 réfugiés éthiopiens volontaires qui demandent à rentrer chez eux. Mais la situation ne leur permet pas. Donc, il faut qu'il y ait des concertations entre les pays limitrophes pour vraiment faciliter le rapatriement des réfugiés dans leur pays d'origine. Autre défi aussi concernant la collaboration internationale. Nous remarquons qu'il y a une diminution de plus en plus accrue des financements dédiés aux réfugiés. Là aussi, nous demandons une aide plus conséquente. Autre point, défi aussi, nous demandons aussi à ce que le pourcentage de réinstallation soit aussi augmenté. Pour l'instant, nous sommes à 1% de réinstallation, ce qui est insignifiant. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Mohammed Ahmed Madar, for your inputs. And basically, you mentioned about the successes that have been made in terms of the policies and legal framework. And also, you mentioned about the challenges of influx of refugees, and you also requested the increase in resource mobilization and increases in the budget in terms of financing the resettlement of refugees. Thank you so much. A hand for Honorable Mohammed, please. May I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Nibona Bonansize Celestine, Vice Minister of Interior, Republic of Burundi. Welcome, sir.
Merci de m'accorder la parole. Monsieur le ministre de Secours de la Protection civile et des réfugiés de la République de l'Ouganda, mesdames et messieurs les ministres et les chefs de délégation, Auguste Assemblée, c'est le plaisir pour le Burundi d'être invité dans cette grande réunion concernant sur un point tellement sensible portant sur les réfugiés. En effet, le Burundi, comme les autres pays qui ont présenté récemment les causes profondes des déplacements de personnes, on a soulevé d'une part qu'il s'agit des conflits internes, de la guerre. Pour nous, le pays, nous avons connu des guerres récurrentes et qui a poussé nos confrères et sœurs à se déplacer vers les pays limitrophes du Burundi, notamment l'ère du Congo, la Tanzanie, le Rwanda, l'Ouganda, et j'en passe. Mais nous avons vu que la meilleure solution, qu'il s'agit effectivement du dialogue. Oui, le dialogue a été mené en Tanzanie, à Arusha, et puis à Pretoria, et on a bâti ensemble une constitution propre pour le Burundi. Depuis lors, jusqu'à aujourd'hui, tout le monde est témoin. Le Burundi dispose de la paix. Nous avons la paix. Pas de guerre chez nous au Burundi. Tous les pays sont témoins. Et depuis lors, alors, le gouvernement du Burundi a pris une décision d'inviter tous les Burundais qui sont à l'extérieur de sa patrie de retourner au Burundi. Et retourner au Burundi pour bâtir ensemble avec ceux qui se trouvaient à l'intérieur d'un Burundi émergent, d'un Burundi développé. Et c'est pour cela des missions de sensibilisation s'effectuent à travers les pays qui ont accueilli nos confrères, nos consoeurs, notamment en Tanzanie, notamment en RD Congo, en Ouganda, et au Kenya et au Rwanda. Et jusqu'aujourd'hui, au mois de juin 2023, nous avons déjà accueilli 210 619 qui se sont rapatriés dans leur pays natal. Signalons également que le Burundi est un pays aussi d'asile parce que nous accueillons des réfugiés en provenance majoritairement de la RD Congo et nous comptons jusqu'à aujourd'hui 86 816 demandeurs d'asile et réfugiés, dont 54 347 vivent dans les camps et 28 636 en milieu urbain. Ils réjouissent effectivement d'un niveau de protection adéquat. Pour le moment, nous disposons de 5 cas de réfugiés qui sont vraiment saturés, garnis. Et nous envisageons de construire parce que nous avons déjà constaté qu'il y a un reflux massif des réfugiés en provenance de la RDC. Et pour cela, nous envisageons construire un autre camp de réfugiés. Et nous comptons la construire dans une province communément appelée Rutana. Et dans son processus, le gouvernement du Burundi a formulé ses engagements lors de la pacte mondial, notamment de promouvoir l'autonomisation des communautés hautes et réfugiées par la construction des infrastructures socio-économiques et le financement des activités génératrices de revenus. 2. Poursuivre avec dévouement le processus de rapatriement et la réintégration des rapatriés burundais. 3. Promouvoir l'intégration des réfugiés et des rapatriés dans le système sanitaire burundais. 4. Garantir la liberté de mouvement des réfugiés. Effectivement, il est réglementé. 5. Assurer la protection de l'environnement et réduire les effets liés au changement climatique. Et si je retourne en arrière, dans les campagnes de sensibilisation que nous faisons, nous invitons les réfugiés de venir voir eux-mêmes et puis retourner dans leur cas pour échanger avec ceux qui ont resté dans les cas de ce qu'ils ont vu. Dans le cadre de la réintégration, oui, nous connaissons des succès, notamment ceux qui retournent chez eux. Et il y a l'accès facile à la terre parce que tu peux trouver dans une famille X, il y a 5 qui se sont réfugiés et le reste de la famille est resté. C'est-à-dire qu'ils retournent effectivement dans leur famille. Et ceux qui sont, ne se retrouvent pas, n'avons pas plutôt d'adresse, il y a une direction générale de rapatriement, réintégration et réinsertion qui est appelé à chercher là où il doit trouver le logement décent de ces sans-adresse. Il y a également l'accès facile aux services sociaux de base, la facilitation à l'intégration sociale, l'intégration à la réintégration professionnelle. Des défis ne manquent pas. Pour le moment, on a observé une faible peu de nombre de réfugiés qui regagnent volontairement le pays. Sur ce, nous demanderions aux pays hôtes la HCR de faciliter effectivement pour encore recevoir les réfugiés volontaires qui veulent retourner, parce que aujourd'hui mon pays, le Burundi, a le désir que tous les réfugiés en dehors de leur pays de regagner le Burundi pour construire ensemble, parce que maintenant les Burundaises et les Burundaises sont au service du plan national de développement. Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. In short, the Minister has shared the experience in Burundi mentioning the causes of the refugees being mainly conflict, and recommended that the best solution is dialogue. And for the Republic of Burundi, they have improved quite a lot. They have constitution in place, and now they're welcoming Burundians to return home for developing their country. Also, he mentioned about the camps and the facilities they give to refugees, including land and social services, and also requested the host countries and UNHCR to welcome back refugees. And once again, the minister welcomed the refugees to come back to, the ones who were from Burundi, to come back to build their nation. Thank you so much. A hand to our Honorable Minister, please. Great, thank you so much. May I take this opportunity to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Joshua Awor, Deputy Commissioner Refugees, Republic of Kenya. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. The big question before us this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, is how should member states of IGAD handle refugees together? And I have always mentioned in many forums that we are the producers, and at the same time we are the hosts or consumers of refugees in our region. And so if that is the case, then the answer would be very simple. Why don't we just call our people back home? However, it has been a protracted situation over a very long period of time. And so there is need, as we are today, to come together and seek a permanent solution to this problem. And from where I stand, as a member of, the IGAD member state, and a member of East African Community, we share a lot in common as we sit in this ballroom this evening. And so the first thing we should do as IGAD member states is for us to develop enabling policies, regional and national, that will enable us to manage our brothers and sisters better. And when we do that, we will develop, of course, progressive laws that will enable them or grant them free movement in the region. The fact that they moved from DRC Congo to Kenya does not mean that if they have a business in Uganda or Eritrea or Ethiopia, then they should not go. Because our situation stands now, in some instances, it is very, very difficult for a refugee in Kenya, for example, to visit a relative back in Ethiopia or in DRC, Rwanda, or Burundi. So the first most important thing is for us to develop enabling policies across the region so that when they move like citizens of member states and not as refugees. In Kenya, in the year 2022, we started a paradigm shift. Right now, our policy is encampment, where refugees are stay in the camps. We have two major camps, Kakuma and Dadaab. But an argument came up, just as I mentioned in my opening remarks. These are citizens of our member states. And so why, for example, would a Ugandan be in a refugee camp in Kenya when they can as well enjoy the East African Protocol and stay in Kenya as a permanent resident if they so like. And so right now we are developing a document. We call it Kushiriki, that will enable us to shift from encampment to settlement. I was telling my Ugandan brothers the other day that in this one they stole the show, but we are hot on their heels. And so we are also developing a document that will enable refugees to coexist harmoniously with the host communities. It is almost a similar replica with what is happening here in Uganda. They will be given some land. The challenge we have back there is that the two camps are in very, very dry and hot areas. And so maybe agriculture will be an uphill task, but our donor friends are here, and so we will call upon them when we start implementing the program to come and help us with agriculture. Another aspect, these refugees, when they come, they have skills and they have talents. And so it is important that if I move from Kenya to Uganda as a refugee and I have my Form 4 certificate, then it should be equated here so that I'm graded and I can be able to get a job or participate in the nation building in Uganda. But most importantly, as we do all this, these to me are just temporary measures. And so the most important thing we should look at is peace. We can do everything, but if there is no peace, then we will just be going round the circle, round and round. And so peace initiatives which have been there are very important. I know Kenya is doing a lot in Somalia, DRC Congo, and peace initiatives in South Sudan, and this should be given preference. You will agree with me that when two people are fighting or are arguing, between them they know the truth. The one who is lying knows, and the one who is on the right or telling the truth also knows. If that is the case, then why don't you just sit together and agree between yourselves, instead of calling a third party who doesn't know to mediate? The two of you know the truth. And so it is important that we don't cheat ourselves when it comes to these peace initiatives. We give it our all for the sake of our citizens, the current generation and the future generation. What do we want from the global community? Just support. Support us as we endeavor to help our brothers and sisters who have been displaced for various reasons. Right now, we were being told that the region is hosting close to over 5 million refugees, asylum seekers, and internally displaced persons. With our resources, we can only do so much to the extent that we can. And so it is my appeal to our good partners, both humanitarian and development here with us, that if you see us raising our hands up, asking for help, please come in handy. We only do that when our resources are stretched to the limit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you so much. 4 important points that you have mentioned. The first one is to have enabling policies that can accommodate our brothers and sisters and that they can have a free movement in the region, enjoying the protocols in place. And you gave us an example that you have an Ushiriki document, which is now coming up to allow coexistence with refugees in the community. And also you have requested the donor support, especially in the dry areas where they need to do agriculture. And you also mentioned about skills. When they move their skills. So for the partner states or member states to accommodate, to give them an opportunity to build the nation where they are. And also you say the permanent solution is peace. So once we have peace, then everything will fall in order. And you said we should also have a support on peace initiatives. And also you said that once we have a conflict, the two who are in conflict, they know better rather than a third party. And also, lastly, you request a global support, that our donor support for the initiatives that have been in place. Another hand of applause to His Excellency, please. Thank you so much. May I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Kayisire Marie Solange, Minister in charge of Emergency Management, Republic of Rwanda. Karibu.
Distinguished participants, all protocol observed. Thank you very much, Moderator, for this opportunity given. I think I'm not going to take too much time because my predecessors have talked a lot on these 2 questions. And since we are now agreeing that we have similar problems, be it having our nationals refugees in some of the neighboring countries, but also having some of the refugees, foreign refugees in our own countries, there is a need to have a legal and policy frameworks that allows full inclusion and lead to durable solution. In my country, Rwanda, we have managed to integrate our refugees in the education system, in the health services, and we have been able to give some of the civic documents, including the ID, the refugee ID, and travel documents. And we are now happy to say that the newborns are registered automatically at the health centers. And this allows them to enjoy fully all the services in our country as Rwandan citizens. We also have a legal framework that allows to be naturalized, to get citizenship, and also to be given the opportunity for work and earn a livelihood. So these are the prerequisites in terms of policy and legal frameworks. But we also, as the second question was asking, we need to continue getting more resources, but also shift from the humanitarian assistance to more developmental that will lead these, to the self-reliance of our people of concern. This being said, we'll have good economic agents for both the host country. The minister from Uganda said this morning that the biggest business community here among them are foreigners that are refugees, but also we we empower them to be good agents of the economic activities in the host countries, but also let alone when they go back in their country of origin. So it is a win-win situation, and we need to continue working with all the partners, the donor community, to insist on the investment in more livelihood opportunities, but also the human capital to be able to allow them to achieve their full potential. So that is my take on this, and I'll thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister has shared with us 4 points. For the Republic of Rwanda, they have integrated refugees in education, health, and they also offer them all the documentation, the travel documents, etc. And they also have newborns registered at the birth centers, so at the health centers. So it's easier for them to go straight into the economic development once they grow up. They have also very conducive legal and regulatory framework for refugees. They enable them to participate in the economy. And also, she also mentioned that we should now shift from humanitarian to developmental support, where we can have these refugees being good economic agents, both at the host countries, but when they also go back home. So she also mentioned that they build human capital, which is also making them to realize their potential. Another hand of applause to our Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. May I take this opportunity now to welcome His Excellency Mohamed Suleiman Ahmed, Dean Ambassador, Embassy of the State of Eritrea. Karibu.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Before my remark, I want to say something. Eritrea has been away from IGAD for 16 years. It's not my doing.
You're back now.
Okay. Maybe we should not come back in that case.
Welcome back, Your Excellency. Now you're back.
So I need a round of applause for coming back in that case. Thank you, Madam Chair, ministers present, heads of delegates and delegates, UN agencies, EAC, IGAD, family, media, civil societies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm myself a former refugee, so nothing that has been said here is new to me. A refugee goes through a lot of dilemma, really. Someone who has left his country without a proper or a fixed destination, and you end up somewhere. If you end up in a country like Uganda, you are lucky. As I mentioned earlier in our breakfast, heavy breakfast meeting, there are quite a number of Eritreans here in Rwanda. The government, of course, we know its open refugee policy is commendable, it's exemplary. I think every country should emulate that one. But I'm also very much impressed with the people of Uganda. The people of Uganda, if they don't allow it, then the government would not have done it. So I think round of applause for the Ugandan people on this regard. Of course, a refugee faces up and downs in many aspects. As I mentioned, believe me, it's much easier when you are in Uganda, in this country. In Eritrea, because we've been hearing all these negative vibes all morning and yesterday, I want to make a positive note. In Eritrea, I'm happy to report that peace has finally prevailed in the country. The country move now, they are embarked heavily in a holistic development efforts to attract Eritreans living outside the country by creating the right environment and provide incentives so that they can return home in dignity. For example, to mention few examples, by providing land, by having housing schemes, business opportunities, bank loans, etc., is some of the incentives that the government is working out. So this way will be Eritreans and others as well to be attracted to come to Eritrea. In terms of the question is how should the practice of refugees help each other? Well, you know, before we talk about maintaining the status quo of refugee, I think it was mentioned the last 2 days, peace is the ultimate solution. Without peace, we are just going around and around and around. And how do we maintain peace? My colleague from Ethiopia went down and detailing how the peace starts in the family, between two people, and society, and goes on. I think that's one way to approach it. But collectively, we should all be concerned when there is a peace broke within the region. Anytime there is a crisis, for example, now Sudan we're talking, tomorrow could be another one, could be, then the next day will be another one. I think it's up to all of us, whether the leadership and even the public, should be concerned. It's not one country's problem. This is all human beings' problem, especially African problems. So I think I urge all of us to be aware and have this mentality. One problem means a problem for all of us. The other item that we have is how the international community can support. I'm always wonder, even my country wonders, our reliance on international support, our reliance in outside help, our reliance, can we do something about this? Us as Africans, we have the resources to maintain ourselves. Why is it always looking to the West? The West there is a donor fatigue. I don't blame them. I blame myself. Why is it every time we have a problem, we look upwards to the north? I think it's a time we solve our own problems. In Eritrea, we believe in self-reliance. We have been, it is very difficult to be self-reliant, I'm telling you, because even if you have the determination, you're not allowed, you don't get the permission from our friends in the West to be self-sufficient And so that will take it for granted. You will face hardship, but you will build your own ability, your own internal support. And for us, for example, we have been self-sufficient. We are self-sufficient in food for some time now. We built 350 dams with our own people. For the next 5 years, if rain doesn't come, we secure our food production. So things like this, small things like this, that we can build on our own, to be proud with our heritage, and we don't expect any handout. We want investment, yes, but no handout. So with this few words, I like to stop here and thank you for my contribution.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you. He has kept us awake after a heavy lunch. He's back, and you could see it is true that you're back, and Eritrea is back. Yes, His Excellency mentioned a number of things, and most of all, the most important is that he commended Uganda and the people of Uganda because they've been able to receive refugees. He said if the government said yes, but people said no, refugees will not be comfortable in this country. So he also assured us that his country, Eritrea, is now very peaceful, and then they have incentives for investors. And also he stressed the importance of peace, like others as well. He said peace is an ultimate solution. Regarding the support from the donor community, he said we should not rely on handouts because they also have, a donor fatigue as well. We should be self-sufficient. He gave us an example that they have built 350 dams, can secure them even when they have drought, they can continue with cultivation of their food, the crops for the food. Another hand of applause, please. Thank you very much, my panelists. I thank you because hello? Hello, okay. I thank you, my panelists, because you have been excellent this afternoon. Although it was after lunch, but you managed to keep time. You have been straight to the points. And I can also just mention, in total, in a high-level summary of the key areas that you have mentioned are 5. Number 1, when this was mentioned by Djibouti, that they still need resources because they have refugees, influx of refugees in there. But most of you mentioned about peace. That peace is an ultimate solution. And I remember Republic of Burundi, they mentioned dialogue, that with dialogue you can have peace and also have the constitution in place that facilitates, people to stay in their country. But there also another point is an enabling policy for free movement of refugees, so that we can have refugees, although they're in that country, the environment should be conducive for them to enjoy the protocol regarding the free movement of people, free movement of labor, free movement of services. Also, when we say services, even the free movement of skills, that if they move with their skills, they should be able to be employed and participate in the construction of the economy. And another point is that we should shift it from humanitarian to the development. When we support the refugees, we should also think about developing their human capital, developing their skills, their potential, so that they can participate in the construction of the economy of that particular hosting state and their countries when they go back. And then the last one is that it is time that we solve our own problems. and we should be self-sufficient. We should start looking at not only to the international community to support us, but us as well should also come up with our solution. Now I please a hand for my panelists, my excellent panelists here. Thank you so much. May I take this opportunity now to welcome the audience, the participants. I want you to focus on the two areas. Please, what should be done to support? Let me go back to my question. How should the partner states or member states in East Africa and IGAD handle refugees together? We need to have innovative solutions so that the ministers will come up with a kind of resolutions which are more innovative. And secondly, on global refugee support, what do you or what should the partner state expect from international community? Welcome. We have 15 minutes. We start with 2 on my right-hand side and 2 on my left, so that we give equal opportunity. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Nelson Nyaga. I come from Republic of Kenya. My question, I want to contribute on how maybe we can collaborate in handling refugees within the region. This has come out crossly, and I think I want to support the issue of concentrating on self-reliance as the region. And this question I've been asking, what plan do the exporter or the people who are producing refugees have for the people outside their country? Because it should not be the responsibility of the host country only to take care of the refugees. But as a government, if you are doing the planning of your economy, there should be some plan about our people who are maybe in Uganda, who are in Kenya, and in other countries. Because at the end of the day, everybody needs to be accountable and responsible of its own people. As a government, yes, like I can give an example, in Kenya, we have a responsibility to take care of the refugees. But if you are hosting refugees from any other country, it should also be the responsibility of that country also to be accountable of the people in other country, in terms of resources and even in terms of support. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank the panelists for the insights. I am called David Timber. I'm a researcher on the forced migration. I would like to know, picking up from the Honorable Minister from Eritrea, is there any critique any of our panelists have about the durable solutions as formulated by the UNHCR? From where you stand and from where you see the world, are the durable solutions as per the UNHCR what we need? Thank you.
Excuse me, are you answering question number 1 or question number 2? How should the member state partner state handle refugees together? Are you addressing that one?
I'm not addressing, I'm asking number 2.
I think you're outside. Okay, all right. If time allows, we'll respond to that question. Thank you. Let us proceed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Joyce Moripo-Kaduchu from Uganda. I want to thank the panelists so much for the discussions and providing very good insights and interventions. I want to observe one. Whenever we have such forum, we come up with declarations, protocols, policy formulation, way forwards, commitments. And I've seen from the leaflets from 2016 up to date, each time there is a forum of this kind, there is a declaration specific to target an intervention. From 2016, 17, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20. Now, my question is, I do not know who is going to address this. How do we monitor the progress of this declaration and move away from commitment to action-oriented? Number two, who monitors this declaration? Because I've seen IGAD supports a lot of this platform and a lot of this declaration. Is it IGAD that monitors and tells us that we are on the right track? Or probably we are not doing anything at all? Or we go back to the drawing table and we move together? So otherwise, every time we keep on making declaration, protocol, commitment, and yet we do not move to action points. Finally, there is a point from one of the, I think, one of the panelists from one of the member states that the people should move back to the country, the citizens. What initiatives, what incentives, what is it that is attracting or commitment you are making to the people to go back to their country? Because we need to know so that the rest can follow that example, whether you've committed to be peaceful, sustaining peace, or how sure am I that I go today and tomorrow night I'm back to run to where I belong. Thank you.
Yeah, Asiko Abdul Mutwalib, the district chairperson of Yumbe, representing the host communities. On how the member states can handle refugees together, my honest view is that there's a need for uniform regional legislations and policies. I know today IGAD and the East African community are here, and when we ask ourselves, how frequent are these conferences going to be in order to evaluate progress of the pledges and commitments that we've agreed? I think that will help us to address some of the challenges that are in. Within the East African community and also IGAD countries, we have popularly two policies. One is the open door policy that Uganda has impressed, and we also have the encampment where refugees stay in the camps. For me, I would say that the fact that refugees in some states stay in camps, to me, is a bit ancient. We should be able to uniformly, as East Africa and also as IGAD, impress the open door policy. Maybe the question here should be, what must be the size of the door to open so that when it comes to support from donors and from the international community, it must be dependent on the size of the door that we'll be able to define as East African community and IGAD. Lastly, what is my expectation as a host community from the international community? We've been talking about humanitarian development and peace in this regard. My opinion is that the international community and the donors should be able to facilitate all this. Because as we talk now, we still have influx of refugees within the East African countries and also IGAD. If we are going to graduate from humanitarian to development, then this means that we will not give due regard to supporting humanitarian response to the new people who are going to come into our countries. And therefore, there is need to mobilize resources to support humanitarian to support development and also to invest in peace. I beg to submit.
Thank you. We can proceed with another two on the right and another two on the left. We have in the middle, I can see a hand there.
Okay. Thank you, Your Excellency, Madam Chair. My name is Acheng Akena from the International Refugee Rights Initiative. To answer your second question, Madam Chair, allow me to say that we can expect very little from the international community. The reality is that at the moment, African solutions is being used as an adage to abandon Africa to its problems. Pan-Africanism of the 21st century, Madam Chair, requires us to no longer outsource the care of our 26+ million refugees in Africa, especially if Africa is going to emerge as a prosperous and dynamic force in the international arena. If regional arrangements like the Africa Continental Free Trade Area are to work, it must include refugees, and it must allow refugees to also be able to move. Socioeconomic integration and inclusion is no longer a luxury, no longer just a good thing to do. It is now a necessary imperative. Countries in IGAD and EAC in this post-COVID, post-Ukraine war world require a reimagining of refugee hosting and management. We need to recraft solutions that work for us, like Africa's regional integration arrangements as referred to by the Honorable Ambassador from Kenya, and localizing solutions. How can we ensure if WFP is no longer able to feed our refugees, what else can we do? We can beg for the money for as long as we want, but if the money is not coming, what else are we going to do? Are we going to leave our 26 million people to starve? What can we do as Africans? We have the resources, we have the capacity. There's very little that we do not have, and if we're building an Africa that is self-reliant, then we must build an Africa that can look after its own people. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Sibyl. I have a few comments and questions.
Could you repeat your name, please?
My name is Sibyl.
Sibyl, okay, thank you.
Sibyl. I'm a refugee living in Uganda. My first question is about the refugees that are returning back to their countries. Of course, most of the refugees, most of the members of states mentioned about what they do to refugees that are returning back to their countries by giving them lands and stuff like that. But the refugees who are engineers, doctors and all that, when they're returning back, do you also give them the land to go and cultivate? Or do you have some measures that allow them to go back to their jobs and, contribute to the development of the country? Number two, we have refugees who have been here for some good time and have been in the English system. The education is in English here, right? So when they go back to their countries where they speak French, how does the government help the refugees that are returning back and they want to continue their education, not being taken back to maybe if they're in secondary, taken back to primary because they can't speak French in that country? I think I would love maybe one of the ministers that either Burundi or Djibouti to respond to that, because I think it's very important. I have that experience when I came to Uganda. I was a French speaker and I was almost finishing my secondary school. And when I came here, I was taken back 3 years because I couldn't speak English. So I think I'm looking at those who are now here and maybe they're in secondary and they're speaking English. When they go back to their country, what happens? The last thing that I wanted to mention is that I think in our African continent, the biggest problem is that our governments do not talk. there are countries that are really doing good, like how the Eritrean ambassador was talking about what they're doing that will help their country to actually sustain themselves for 5 years. I know some of the countries cannot do that. So how do governments sit together and share experiences, share some knowledge that will actually help the continent, the whole continent, to develop? Because it's really sad that most of the countries in Africa are in war. And most of the, I don't know how maybe everyone feels about it, but it's really sad that every country talks about having refugees somewhere. I wish there was a way of coming together and look at how the African continent can sit and really talk about how they can remove that word of refugees in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Sibile. There was a hand there in between. There was a hand there.
Yeah.
There was a hand there.
Thank you, Moderator, for this opportunity. You will not be surprised for grabbing the chance. We are refugees. We represent the refugees that are not here, and we are refugee leaders. This is our moment, and this is our forum. And as such, we expected to be represented on the panel.
Your good name, please.
Yes, I will say. Thank you.
Your good name?
My name is Kilwela Agok.
Okay.
I'm the program coordinator of the Refugee-Led Organization Network in Uganda.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Yes. This is to the Excellency Ministers that have spoken. How do you measure the quality of the service you are delivering to the refugees in your respective countries? I have heard very clear about the elaboration given by the minister from Rwanda. I think that was very clear, and I think most of us here understood better. They are delivering a quality service to the refugees in Rwanda. I would move further. There are a lot of points here, but I would make a summary. We have talked about the having peace. You have asked question, how should we contribute to the to supporting refugees durable solutions in the region? Our point is, when you form these peace initiatives, include the refugees. Some of us has run away from the country. We know what were the causes, and we may have solutions that we can also add to the process that are being developed by our government backs in the countries. Coming to the emerging issues, we need to add our voice as the refugee representatives. We hearing of the shift from the humanitarian to the development. My suggestion is we shouldn't be shifting automatically. How do we measure the development aspects to all the refugees? Because refugees are in category. There are vulnerable people who will not have the capacity to run the businesses, like children, like women who are vulnerable. Those people, they need direct humanitarian support. The points of business to the refugees should be categorized. Who are those people of categories to be supported? Of course, some people, some refugees, they have the skills to do businesses, and not all of them. And also should be in categories, which kinds of business to be supported. Like, is it tailors market, or is it agriculture? Is it farming? This to be supported. So it has to be, the support has to be categorized and tailored to the needs of the refugees group. Talking about I want to talk about
You have 1 minute, please, to enable others to contribute. Please, can you summarize?
Thank you. Let me just make only one point. And it is a suggestion. we have talked about the responsive regulations or legislation that was adjusted. And we have been talking about this, and it is a talking point. Why not moving practically to form or establish IGAD-EAC Refugee Solidarity Fund? I think this would address, because all of us, we are talking about the resources. And if we have a particular mechanism that will deal with all these, with all the affairs of the refugees, then it has to be, we have to have a mechanism that must be responsible for and follow up the implementation and the consolidated response that must be moved by the all member states. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The middle part, I saw hands initially. Yes, there is one hand over there, so that we can now come back to respond for the issues. Okay, thank you very much. We have 7 interventions. 2 of them are the recommendations, but there are some which needed explanation. And the one there was a question to Eritrea from the Biliba. I think maybe you can repeat your question. Did you get it all? Okay. I think we'll give him another chance to repeat that one. But there are also intervention from Honorable Deputy Minister on tracking the declarations. How is it reported, and who is responsible for reporting of these declarations? And then also there was a question to the Republic of Burundi and Eritrea on what incentives you have to attract back the refugees. And I think this also is something which is also touched by Sibile when she asked about the mechanism when you move from one state to another as a refugee, about the curriculum, or like you are coming from a country which is English speaking to a French speaking. And also the third one, it was a recommendation that the governments do not talk. She needs the government to talk and share good practices. So can I invite the Republic of Burundi and Eritrea just to respond before we proceed with the questions from others? Yes, Djibouti. Yes, you can, yeah. Welcome, Honorable Minister.
Bonsoir encore. Je voulais réagir pour deux questions. Une question concernant la mise en œuvre des déclarations. C'est une question qui a été posée par l'honorable ministre, non, de l'Ouganda, non? C'est ça, non? Oui. Concernant les déclarations, je comprends les soucis de madame. Je crois qu'il y a eu beaucoup de déclarations, mais pour la mise en œuvre, donc il faut qu'il y ait une institution qui suit la mise en œuvre de différentes déclarations. Et je crois qu'il faut mettre dans notre déclaration finale pour que l'IGAD puisse se charger pour la mise en œuvre des déclarations. Ça, c'est un point. Deuxième point concernant les programmes scolaires, soulevé par une dame, concernant les programmes. Pour Djibouti, par exemple, les réfugiés qui se trouvent à Djibouti, nous avons commencé des programmes, à Djibouti c'est en français, mais pour les réfugiés, nous avons commencé des programmes en anglais pour faciliter pour ces enfants, pour leur retour dans leur pays d'origine. Mais depuis quelque temps aussi, nous avons aussi intégré la langue française pour pouvoir aussi faciliter pour les réfugiés qui vont étudier en anglais, mais qui veulent rester à Djibouti aussi, donc ça va aussi leur servir. Donc ils apprennent en même temps les programmes en anglais, mais aussi il y a des séances en français pour pouvoir aussi s'intégrer s'ils veulent rester en République de Djibouti. Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Ahmed Mohamed.
Oui, merci pour les questions posées. Et la première question concerne quelles sont les motivations ou les garanties pour qu'un rapatrié ne puisse pas encore se réfugier. D'abord, ce que je peux dire, la paix se trouve dans le cœur d'une personne. Ça, c'est un. De deux, nous avons une constitution qui est la base même de la vie du pays. Et dans cette constitution, tout le monde s'y trouve, voit leur contribution, voit leur part dans le pays. Et il y a des institutions de prévention, notamment le corps de défense et de sécurité, et notamment les institutions de l'ombudsman, notamment les institutions de dialogue. L'institution de dialogue, c'est une commission mise en place. Donc, toutes ces institutions sont là pour prévenir les conflits antérieurs. Et de trois, il y a des missions de sensibilisation au retour volontaire. Et de là, nous invitons quelques réfugiés pour venir et voir comment la situation sécuritaire prévaut, comment la situation sécuritaire se trouve au Burundi. Et nous les incitons de retourner et dire aux autres qui restent dans le cas de rapporter ce qu'ils ont vu dans nos pays. Une autre question qui a été posée pour les réfugiés intellectuels, celui qui a posé la question, il a voulu savoir si une fois retourné au Burundi ou dans un autre pays, qu'on va lui donner la terre pour cultiver. Et c'est pas ça. Parce que parmi les motivations, par ailleurs, parmi les succès qui peuvent susciter les réfugiés à se rapatrier, il y a l'intégration professionnelle. C'est-à-dire si tu avais un diplôme de licence, de docteur ingénieur, d'instituteur, d'institutrice, une fois regagné au pays, il y a un service qui est chargé d'intégrer ces intellectuels dans leur profession. Et c'est encourageant quand même. Ce n'est pas à dire que tu vas prendre la roue et aller dans ta famille pour cultiver la terre. Non. Il y a le service qui est appelé à réintégrer cette catégorie de personnes intellectuelles. Et concernant la question relative aux barrières linguistiques, qu'est-ce qui se passe arrivé à leur pays natal? Effectivement, c'est une question vraiment épineuse et à trouver solution. Parce que si tu es réfugié ici en Ouganda, le système est en anglais. Chez nous au Burundi, le système est en français. En effet, il y a le bureau d'évaluation des diplômes. Il y a le bureau d'évaluation des diplômes qui est là pour ça. Donc, si tu as étudié dans le système anglais, de toutes les façons, arrivé chez nous au Burundi, il y a ce bureau qui est chargé d'évaluer ton diplôme et ça revient alors à vous et d'intégrer la communauté. Et une autre question relative de comment mesurer la qualité de vos services que vous livrez aux rapatriés. De notre part, au Burundi, nous apprécions bel et bien les services rendus aux rapatriés. Parce que, une fois retourné, il y a l'abri de sang. De deux, il y a la facilité de recevoir la terre. Comme je l'avais souligné, au Burundi, tout le monde connaît tout le monde. Tout le monde connaît tout le monde. C'est-à-dire que si tu es réfugié et rapatrié, de toutes les façons, tu as une famille. Tu as une famille. Et vous savez, la terre revient à la famille, aux ancêtres. Donc, nul ne peut se prévoir ne pas avoir une famille au Burundi. Oui, il y a des réfugiés qui datent de longues périodes. Il y a des réfugiés qui datent de longues périodes et qui ne connaissent même pas là où leurs grands-pères et mères, arrière-grands-pères et mères sont nés. Par exemple, les réfugiés de 1972 en Tanzanie, en RD Congo. C'est-à-dire, ils ont plus de 50 ans. Et cette catégorie de personnes résiste même à retourner. Résiste même à retourner au pays. Je me souviens, avec le directeur général chargé de rapatriement qui est ici, nous avons effectué une mission en RD Congo et nous avons posé cette question. Ils nous ont dit que nous avons plus de 50 ans étant réfugiés ici en RD Congo. En Tanzanie, c'est la même chose. Ils préfèrent plutôt d'être délocalisés dans un autre pays ou alors avoir une naturalisation. En effet, de toutes les façons, si un Burundais retourne dans son pays, tu ne peux pas manquer là où la République du Burundi, à travers le ministère de l'Intérieur, il doit chercher là où tu dois habiter. D'autres motivations également. et qui peuvent inciter notre confrères et sœurs réfugiés. Nous avons une politique d'autonomisation des réfugiés, des rapatriés et même de la communauté d'accueil. Cette politique consiste de travailler en commun, en coopérative, en entreprise, en association. Et il y a des organes qui seront pour appuyer effectivement économiquement ces catégories de personnes qui veulent s'associer en entreprise, en association, etc. Donc, pour nous, le Burundi, nous sommes confiants à la stabilité de la paix. Nous demandons alors à nos compatriotes qui sont en dehors du Burundi de venir et travailler en étroite collaboration avec ceux qui sont au Burundi dans le seul but du plan national de développement. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. May I now take this opportunity to welcome His Excellency, Ambassador Joshua. If there is anything that you can... If there is any area that you think you can respond for now, if not, we can give not for you. Oh, thank you. Honorable Kayasire Marie Solange, welcome, please. It has been covered by the Minister. Thank you very much. Honorable Excellency Mohamed Sleiman, welcome, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one here regarding how do you handle the returnees. For us, it's not a big problem at all. In Eritrea, all the Eritreans throughout the world is networked and also connected with their families at home. So for the last 30 years, plus after independence, still the network is going on. To give you an example, recently we have around 7,000 or 8,000 Eritreans who used to live in Sudan. Due to the problem that Sudan faces now, this 7,000 to 8,000 already moved back to Eritrea, and they are back with their families. So it's not even an issue, because everybody is connected with everybody else, as my brother from Burundi was saying. And so for us, well, a blessing in disguise is we are only about 4 or 5 million people. So that's also another advantage. For example, if we take example of Uganda, there are about 30,000 Eritreans who partially, 30% of them are resident, legal resident who lives in this country and do business and what have you. The rest are people who are wanted to process themselves to go to heaven, like Canada or Europe or something, you know. By the way, some of them, they went to heaven and came back to Uganda because they didn't find the heaven there. Huh? Those even doctors who went to Canada, they told them, you don't have Canadian experience. So they really disappointed, and some of them are coming back. But as far as going back to Eritrea, it has never stopped. People come out and goes back. Mostly, all of them, I can say for sure, are economic migrants. They can go back anytime. They can come back again to here. One of the problems we all facing is there is this belief, if you go to the West, you will make it. You will live happily ever after. You will have, of course, these people, they go back, even if they register as an asylum seeker refugee. You see him, he's having a wedding in Asmara. No problem, you know. They come to us in an embassy. After they apply for asylum, we give them passports. We have no problem because they are not economic refugees. These people want to improve themselves, and we accommodate them. We have the law. My friend, the minister, we have discussed it several times, and we might even thought about changing their status to immigrants rather than refugees or asylum seekers, because that is a misnomer. That's not true. But then we found out if we turn them into immigrants, then Canada will not accept them. They can only accept if they become refugees, register with UNHCR. So this is a dilemma for those Eritreans who wants to go to heaven and come back to earth, you know. But for those who goes to Eritrea, the family support system is very strong. The network is very strong. So that is a social fabric that really helps people go back and bond immediately. They have never separated anyway. Those who are here or outside Uganda, they are all sending support to their family, support. That is the first idea that came out, to support their families. So the network is there. So the fact is that the network is there helps to, anytime they want to go back, they already have a house built, they already have a business run by his sister, they already built that one. So it makes much easier for the authority. Just the authority need to facilitate for them. And in a way, we are unique because all these networked Eritreans outside, they know each other, like you mentioned. They know each other very well. And so that makes it our work very easy. If still, there are people who also need this help. We have a lot of martyrs in Eritrea, martyrs families that also needed support, and equally the government take care of that one. Each family has a monthly allowances, and this family, they are not forced to go outside Eritrea to also look for subsistence and support. So by doing that, for example, just I'm mentioning as an example, one of them example, we retain the people inside the country. We retain the people by supporting them inside, because that doesn't mean we don't have problem. We have all sorts of problem like everybody else, but we try to manage it on our own. So with that, I think this is all I have, I think. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks so much, Your Excellency. From the floor, we had a number of recommendations. We have the one from Nelson Nyanga, concentrate on self-reliance and the responsibilities of both the country or the partner state which is supplying refugees and the one which is hosting. And also we had also a recommendation that we need to formulate policies, especially to enforce the open door policy for the refugees. And also regarding the second question, also they said we still need donor support to facilitate and mobilize resources for refugees. And also another recommendation from the floor, This was from Churi Akana, that we need to have localized solutions, and she also mentioned about African Continental Free Trade Area, that we should take advantage of that, going forward we can no longer rely on a donor support. And also we have a recommendation that is, although we need to move from humanitarian support to developmental support, but this should be gradual. And also, there is also a recommendation that we need to have a refugee solidarity fund. So I thank you so much for good participation. I have a hand from the Minister. Welcome, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted also to fill in some unanswered questions from the ground here. One, there was this question of durable solutions to the refugee questions. That is the very reason why we have called this conference. We are seeking to find a durable solution. And you have been giving different answers to that, which are captured, which will come in the final document that will come from here. Number two, there was this question of many declarations and no action. Maybe we can resolve in this conference that when we go back to our countries, those declarations, let's now actualize those declarations into our policies. All our countries here should go back, actualize those declarations, including the one we are going to make tomorrow. Actualize it in the policy so that then you develop the law, you act that will capture the spirit of all those declarations in your laws. Finally, there was this question of saying that Africans don't talk to each other. We are now talking to each other. I hope we are now talking. I think the problem is we have to call for such conferences, but I think the spirit is there. I want to assure the young lady that Africans have started talking to each other. We shall continue talking. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for clarification and answering some of the questions. It is true that we are now talking, and I would like to assure you, Sibile, that this forum is one of the examples, because we have even the ministers, the higher level ministerial conference, where we have a number of dignitaries. They left their work, they know they have busy schedule, but they come here to talk, to exchange best practices and how to operationalize them. And I like the fact that the minister said now when we go back, we have to go and implement these resolutions. And I think, and convention, I think maybe during the next forum or next ministerial conference, we can have status on the implementation. I think the senior officials can work on this. Each partner state to indicate, or each member state to indicate how far are they in the implementation of these agreements and resolutions that have been done in these meetings. And maybe I would like to welcome my colleague, Mr. Stephen, just to highlight a little bit on the efforts which are done by the EAC in terms of harmonization of curricula, so that when you move from one partner state to another or from member state to another, you can get same or similar education, and the efforts which are made to recognize skills, so that if you have this skill in this partner state, whether you are a refugee or not, you can be recognized the same in another partner or member state. Welcome, Stephen Nyonzima. Just 5 minutes, it's okay. You can just respond from there. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, under the East African Community Framework, a number of initiatives have been developed under education sector. First of all, we have harmonized training curricula for primary education, TVET, teacher education, education for special needs, and also secondary. So therefore, we have also gone ahead to harmonize programs at university level, including business courses, IT, and food science and safety related courses. So therefore, for purposes of EAC, education has moved greater strides in terms of harmonization, and therefore those who are in refugee settlements will have no problem if they are to continue with education, with their career in the host partner states. But also to mention, with the EAC Common Market Protocol, we have provisions that also relate to refugees. Under the EAC Common Market Protocol, there are provisions to the effect that partner states are encouraged to manage refugees in accordance with international conventions and or international law for that matter. The same provisions are also echoed in the Treaty for Establishment of East African Community, whereby partner states are actually encouraged to develop common mechanisms of managing refugees. Therefore, as the policy which my director talked about, if that policy is adopted by the Council, we shall also expect to see, for instance, some of the privileges, some of the services being accorded to refugees being accorded in a similar way, because that's what the policy is intending to provide, and at that stage, we shall have harmonized our national policies, laws, and frameworks, and therefore we shall see a situation where country X, if they can give education, if they can give jobs, if they can provide social services to refugees, we shall also be expecting similar services being extended to refugees in another partner state, or even probably more services than those ones that have been agreed upon at the regional level. I thank you very much, Honorable Ministers.
Thank you so much. If there is any intervention, anything for my panelists you want to say, 1 minute each one, if you want to say anything, just to wind up. Anything? You're all good? Okay, thank you very much. A hand of applause to my panelists, please. A big hand of applause to you for a good participation. So thank you very much, and God bless you all. Asanteni san.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Doctor. Thank you so much, Doctor, for the fantastic moderation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 6 p.m. I'd like to thank you all for your patience. We are going to break and ask our distinguished guests and the ministers to take leave. I'd like to ask the experts to kindly take a short tea break, but then after that reconvene here, because we'd like to review all the work that we've been doing the last couple of days and make sure that we're ready for our statement tomorrow. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.